Hello, everyone, and welcome to the official Action RPG live stream. My name is Aaron, owner and operator of the YouTube channel Action RPG. Where is Aaron? What? Who the heck is this? No, that's not Aaron. What? Are you old enough to stream? What this? I'm Aaron's son. He's gone. Guys, this is my new VTuber. Hello. He took 20 years off his face. I look like a young buck now or what? Your weird beard is gone, right? If it's wifey approved, that's all that matters. Oh, you still got stubble. That's fine. Okay. It's already grown back. No, you just looked really old with all the gray in the beard. I know. Right on my chin. Good morning. Hello, everyone. Hello. Sorry about canceling yesterday's stream. The wife flew back home yesterday and her flight landed at 2:30. It was just so much happening in the morning, and then when she got home, I was just like, I'm just gonna take the day off. But anyways, I'm back. It was a holiday. Yes, kids were out of school with President's Day. That's a way better. Yes, guys, I ended up taking yesterday off because it was a holiday. That's actually the reason. Yep. He had to shave yesterday. That's the real reason. No. What's up, Frosty? Hello. All right. Who do we got here today? Let's see. Ghost. Robert. What's up, guys? Michael. In YouTube land. Damien. Hello. Burn Division and Kickland. Hello. Twitch, there's already so much chat. Plunder. Ironforged. Richard. Hero the Gamer, Big Guy, Shmee, Naked, Guilty. Who else is here? VC, what's up? I owe you another stream, Rylar, hello. Skelder, hi. Diesel. Good morning. I watched Primate last night, and that might be the best horror movie I've ever seen. Was it scary? Oh, the new banner behind the games is awesome. Yeah, we flipped the banner. It's the new art. So you got kind of like, you know, a knight figure, and it's like, what road do you take? Get it? The symbolism. What road do you take? What game do you pick? We got Wicked up. And today the event calendar is getting a little refresh. You'll no longer ever see these images, like the generic images. Yeah. Zerdan, what's up? Jaime, Slider, hello. X, what up? Tom, hello. Finally a real ARPG, a real one. Ironforged, I screenshot what you wrote about pixel aptitude and I sent it to him. So just know your CPA comment, it's in his inbox. Wifey has spoon fed him after he got home. No, Kaiser. Frosty, what's up? VC, hello. White Wolf, what up? Phoenix Wolf, how many wolves are there? Hello. It's the AI virtual streamer. Is it? Now he only looks 40. Yeah, I know. Brain damage, Goji. Hello. Anger, good morning. I was practicing Darkhaven all day yesterday. Oh, he was practicing. No, I was not. I have not logged in. I guess that's not true. I logged in to get the audio settings right, but that's it. Aaron has to save his energy for the subathon. Oh my gosh. New game today, eh? Yeah, today we are playing the new action RPG Darkhaven that just dropped its new Steam demo. I'm not naked, just my face is a little naked. Everybody knows that. What's up, Rye? It was a terrifying movie. I probably wouldn't like it. Hey, the mage leveling guide is gone. Yes, it is. We pulled all the generic leveling guides. They're all getting replaced right now. I can't wait for fight night in Wicked. Dusty, listen, I don't want to say this to be mean, okay? I'm trying to be respectful. You don't have a chance, man, okay? You need to step your game up a little bit if you want to come to fight night, all right? He's not going to like that. Woo! We only get the fence during the subathon. Yes, fence is coming back for the next subathon. Aaron's still downloading the streamer client. No, Fire Lion. Scorb, what's up? Blue, hello. Dude, zip it about fight night. You're getting wrecked. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. I'll fight you with just fists. Oh, brother. I'm going to kick you around like a fabled chick. Come on, dude. So many mentions of subathon. Has it started yet? No. No. It's a demo. Yeah, it's a demo, Ghost. I subbed for the Kickstarter. Can we all install now, or do you have to have the streamer client? No, the demo is up on Steam now. This is not a sponsored stream. Kind of have a strange vibe on Darkhaven. I wish they refine the style, refine style and story a bit more before dropping the test. So, okay, let's talk for a minute about the game we're playing today. All right, Darkhaven. This is an isometric action RPG made by the developers of Diablo 1 and 2, Blizzard North. All right, it's not a sponsored stream. This is a game that I've been covering on YouTube and played it when they had their CC demos only. Now, in my opinion, this game does have a nice differentiating competitive advantage, if you want to call it, over other isometric action RPGs. This, to me, will be the Mario Maker of ARPGs. And I know that's not going to appeal to a lot of people, but you are going to be able to fully design your own classes, fully design the levels, fully design the boss fights. You're going to be able to completely make your own levels and areas in the future with Darkhaven. Which would be another area where I'll make levels nobody will ever beat. No one will be able to beat because they'll be too challenging. But yeah, it's pretty cool. It's got a full destructible environment. Wait, who's this beardless guy talking? Freeze Devil, don't talk about the beard. My own classes, yes. I don't care about designing levels. I care about playing cool levels designed by others. But the reason why I bring up Mario Maker is because if anybody has played Mario Maker, you could play other people's cool levels, which is, you know, you'll be able to do. Unfortunately, from what I've seen, this game has 90s graphics. Is that a deal breaker for you? The like visuals, you need AAA? Dev said we suck at making games. Fine, here, you do it. Can I sell my classes as a DLC? Of course. Actually, the graphics are pretty well done for an alpha game. I mean, visuals for me they don't really matter. For me, I rate everything on fun. I try to rate everything on fun. That's my scale. Is it fun? I won't look at a game and be like, the visuals are not as good as PoE 2 and D4, so it's automatically trash. It's actually like the last thing I think about. Is it fun? Nah, Diesel, that drive sucks, dude. Okay. Choose a starting skill. Blood Lash, Glyph Lunge, Feast for Crows. On hit, summons a crow to your flock. Crows follow and orbit, do damage to nearby enemies. Okay, guys, now listen. You probably think I'm gonna click minions, okay? Because, oh, there's a minion option. Now, this isn't actually what I want to click. I'm gonna try one of these other ones after we try crows, because, you know, I know what the people want. So because of that,
What? No
because
way.
of that, I'm gonna, of course, what? I'm gonna try it. You know, we don't want that. Minion build again. Guys, it's not just a minion build. All right. There are minions. Yeah, it's crows. Everybody knows that. So we are crow people now. Yeah. We're a flock of crows. We're a murder. You know what? Never mind. I only noticed the lack of beard. The beard, guys, there's stubble already. Look. See? You're like Wolverine, exactly. Oh, brother, I'm leaving. Mike, don't leave. Don't leave. There's no top lip, only mustache. Oh my gosh, it's not even clean shaven. So let me see if I get this straight. I'm not allowed to shave my beard, but when I do shave my beard, it still isn't right. Is that where we're at? Your razor sucks. Yes. Yep. Basically. Aaron quit. We now got this guy. All or nothing. You have aggressive growth. Be proud. Either you shave or you don't. I don't think I've seen such a patchy shave job. All right. Oh, here's my character. It's well, don't, come on, guys. Don't start. Don't start. Physics, come on. but what is wrong with you? Now I know why you wanted to play this game. Make her jump. Something's wrong with all of you. Okay. How do you turn this view off? Get some armor, that's how? All right, we need to find some armor ASAP. Okay, first thought. All right, first thought. When you enter the game, there was like 9 barrels right here that I blew up. There should be at least one item in those barrels. I mean, come on. Right? This is a skip because of the visuals. What's up, Aaron Haitian? If it's too hard, you could lower the difficulty. Well, I didn't say that. Aaron is greedy. I'm not greedy. That barrel had something. It's not even a full minute in and Aaron is cheating antics. What are you talking about? Guilty, can you read this for me and tell me what it says? Shop? Ooh. I'm busy. Don't be lazy. Guys, it's got a shop right at the beginning. Okay, we're... All right, and it says shop. It's a good start. I mean, I can... That's pretty good. What? Some people are complaining about the visuals are the same ones that will play Raid Shadow Legends and Minecraft. Well, in the isometric action RPG world, people ask me all the time, Aaron, do you ever want to make a game? And I'm like, no, I literally have no desire to make a game because this could be an alpha indie title. And someone will join in and be like, why doesn't this look like PoE 2, Diablo, and No Rest for the Wicked? I just want to get to the bazaar. That's a first impression. This doesn't look like PoE, it's crap. I'm out. That's it. If you're not the best, why even try? Oh man, it drives me crazy. Why isn't this game looking like a 4? It's not, and it's in alpha, you know. All right, goodbye. Oh, what's this? Bro, we already got a staff. And it's blue. It's magic. All right. How do I make a crow? Fall damage? Look at you all clean shaven. I'm not clean shaven, dude. Stop saying that. The demo is currently on Steam, so everybody could play it. Alt shows loot. Can you toggle it on and off? I want a crow. What is that? He just pushed me. That's not very nice. Okay, hold on. Uh-oh. Crows don't do anything. Okay, hold on. We can't die to the first enemy. Get out of here. Ah! Don't laugh. Another one. There we go. Crystals give stuff. This frickin' guy right here. Laugh, everyone. Got him. See that? Come here, bugs. You didn't know I had all these crows. No deaths. Already level 2. Look at that. Freaking crazy. It's like I pick up the game and my hands just like become like robot. I don't even. Aaron, what did you do to your face? Nothing. I blame an OP build. What do you mean an OP? I just started. We saw you play this before. No, we didn't. Don't make stuff up. All right. I went to cover up so that we're more covered up. And the new armor only made it blue. Damn it. Now we know what you did all day yesterday. Practice this game. Shaving in with glasses. This is the new style. No, whenever I shave, I put on glasses for some reason. You have to die. It's part of the learning. The devs know what they're doing. All right. Hey, Ghost, what do I pick for crows? What does crows scale with? Shadow damage. Does the game have a good amount of content? This is just an alpha demo on Steam right now. Oh, pick a new skill. What's this? Shadow Walk. You don't. Reroll to Bloodlash. I love it. I literally love it. I'm dying. The game is a pre-alpha demo. And literally 2 people have told me I have to play Bloodlash because that's the meta. Just now I can't play it. Yeah, okay. We'll just take this one. All right. So, seriously, what is wrong with us? All right. Wait, what was that? That's right, you better run away. Where's your build guide video? I should be following it. Gold is... Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, you jump, double jump. All right, we are moving. Need the Meta Slave song? Wait a second. When I click this pillar, doesn't it start making crap that never stops making crap? I feel like I remember this. No? Yes, it is. No? I see purple on the map. Getting bigger. Freaking Diesel, I knew it. Why the hell did I listen to him? All right, let's go in the dungeon we found. You done messed up? A dagger. Hey, where's Brow? There's a sort button. OMG, he actually did it. Very funny. Purple and it gets bigger. I'm aware. And no, that's not what she said. Okay. A sort button? Yes, a sort button.
Beauty skin bag.
Aren't you gonna go in the dungeon? You guys know he's gonna kill me. I hate him. I obviously don't know what the hell I'm doing. What am I doing exactly? I know what I'm doing. All right. He's cheating. What do you mean I'm cheating? What the hell is that? No, I'm not. All right, let's read these. Strength increases attacks with strength. Dex increases attacks with dex, slashing. Lightning, fire. Vitality. Chance to inflict shadow, critical. Fire. We're going to take some vitality. Not that I need the vitality, but just in case. Get me out of here. Did he grab the book from the box? What book from the box? I just opened the... What the hell is this? Hold on, something's metering me. All right, is there a teleport option? Hold on. How the hell do I get out of here? You can make your own dungeons, right? Break stuff. It's all right. Let me guess. You guys probably want my build guide already. Yeah, well, it's not ready. All right. Oh, the purple's growing. Thanks, Diesel. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. Oh, brother, look. Look what I got to deal with now. Look, I got all these idiots. Oh my gosh, I can't even hurt them. Click on the thing, he tells me. Look, look. Time to die? I knew I shouldn't have clicked on it. Damn it. Where the hell are the crows? All right. Okay, we're back in business. Uh-oh. Now I got a tree golem. We could take him, right? Oh, gosh. I have this feeling you guys want me to die. I don't know why. Ravens, hit him. Not enough stamina, not enough anything. He's almost dead. Us, why would you think that? Gosh. Not enough skill. I thought the ravens would fly around and hit someone. Ooh, give me that crystal. There we go. Stupid. He's almost dead. He's close. Anyone seen a crystal around here? Real hip guy. Give me that. Got him! Oh, no deaths so far. All right. First yellow. He's already using meta exploits. What are you talking about? Use the dive bomb. I think your right click. Right click is my shadow walk. All right, we'll see. Please. Oh. Okay. What do we get? A new yellow shield. What else? Better boots. Better armor. Okay. Ravens. Chance to hit and release Spiral Murder, Vicious Crow. Gather a flock of 8 crows. Okay. If he dies, he dies. I'm not gonna die, dude. Okay. All right, that's easy. How to teleport back. You found the altar and uncovered what lies beneath. Is this hardcore? We always play hardcore solo self-found ruthless. So that's... Yeah, I'm talking to this guy. Look what I got to deal with.
Steel well struck.
Please stop. What? You killed his son. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. All right, get some potions. We don't have a belt. There's a belt. Rings. No rings. No. This still looks better than Grim Dawn? Dang. Okay. That is very interesting. Okay, so this should be that. There we go. All right. The crows is an actual, like, hit. Oh, we're getting it a little bit here. You didn't know I had all these crows, did ya? Who else is out here? What? Cajun, don't say I'm getting full of myself. I'm just blousing right now. Anyone else got a problem? I played a bit so far. Like the exploration. Feels quite unique. Our GFX are so blurry, it's like playing at 800 by 600. As long as that purple stops getting bigger. Oh, brother. It's growing by the second. Anything in this corner over here? No wonder he picks minions. He makes the game easy. First off, the people that play this game every day say minions are unequivocally the worst option. Thank you very much. So I'm trying to pick something that others don't use so you can see a different perspective of the game. I do this for you, not for me. Gosh. Does that make sense? Uh-oh. Big uh-oh. Get away. Not enough mana. Dude, they keep stun locking me. Stun lock. I don't like that. Hell out of here. Are we going bow? No. Where do you think you're going? You guys want me to die so bad. I could just feel it. Frosty, I keep jumping off these rocks, trying to do like the downward attack in Wicked. It's not working. You look professional doing it. Death is surely to come watching you. The hell kind of angle was that? Oh, brother, what? Unidentified? Not enough magic. Unidentified gear. Game is dead. Okay. All right, let's figure this out. How do I make my crows slam into the ground? We got double crows. Shift? Shift click? Oh, I don't want to go into the purple crap. Hold shift, press the skill. All right. Guilty, you do it by holding shift and then you press the skill and they dive bomb down. That's how you do it.
What? No
yes.
way.
We are murdering everything. And we got our first helmet. The lasso is the best. Yeah, I heard that already. I have heard that. Spear's pretty good. Let's go over here. I heard the crows are pretty meta. Yeah, right. Crows aren't good in my opinion. Now, when you say aren't good, you mean aren't fun? That's what you mean? Uh-oh, we're moving towards... The purple has already taken over this whole sector up here. Diesel told me to click on it. Look, look. Oh. Get me the hell out of here. What? That was just a teaser. Yeah, that's how it feels. Dude, I'd be totally down to make my own level in this game. You definitely like this game so far, giving you some D2 vibes. D2 vibes. Get out of here. Is alpha gameplay as well? Yeah. So my, and I don't want to say this is a concern because then like... Maybe worry is a better word. So they're launching Kickstarter, right? So I was thinking about somebody launching Kickstarter. How long until you actually have the finished product from a Kickstarter launch? Last epoch's on 8 years. I don't know if it's done yet. A long time? That's the answer? Years? If you are ashes of creation, never. Star Citizen, never. These are some seasoned devs. No, I know. I would say 2 years if you have a non-Blizzard team and product works. No. I'm just people talking about the future of this game. This is the second time I'm playing through this demo, so I'm refamiliarizing myself with it. I want games like this. I want games like Carbon. Dude, I want them funded and in development. I need Carbon. I know. Kickstarters look like a rug pull operation with video games these days, sadly. Other categories, no problem, but games seem to fall off. It's an interesting conversation. Is making a game in 2026 cheaper or more expensive? With all the tools and all the walkthroughs, is it cheaper or more expensive? I don't know. Good morning. What's up, Mr. West? Good morning. Why are they going with Times New Roman font? I don't know. Cheaper because they don't have to pay testers. Flock of crows. Look at those crows. Why does he keep punching me? Any plans on watching Tavern Talk? You are the third person today that asked me if we will be watching Tavern Talk with Gazzy, DM, and Thomas. I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure I will check it out. I'm sure I will check it out. No! Ah! No! You're fine. You're fine. Get it together. It's fine. You're fine. Get it together. Okay. Don't let him see your fear. Ooh. He bravely ran away. I didn't run away, dude. Oh my gosh. It was really bad idea to come to this side. Give me that. Okay. Holy moly. What's with this mob density? Anybody else got a problem? Huh? That's right. He's cheating. What do you mean? I doubted you, Aaron. No rips yet. He's clearly played this before. I don't know what you're talking about. Hacking? No. Bamster, what's up? Humble, I'm not even trying yet, you know? Man, I thought we were dead for sure, dude. No. Medic, what's this picture of a controller up here? Just warming up my fingers. Bingo. That's exactly right. That's what I was doing too. That's right. I got these old Italian sausage fingers. This isn't an Italian sausage finger thing. What the hell? I was headed over here to get this waypoint. I don't know why I started going down this way. Guys, that's not funny. I don't remember what these are. You love the mob density in the game? Pretty good mob density. Why, hello!
Hello there. A deal well struck.
Throw some sockets in. If you ain't dying, you ain't trying. No deaths yet. We probably won't even die today. What is this? You have a red ring already? It's not a red... Okay. It's not a red ring. Okay. The red is saying I can't wear it yet because I don't have the magic I need. But it is the... Seems pretty clear to me. It's not a red ring, guys. I died so many times when I played this yesterday. It was ridiculous. Ain't that funny? A random guy in the woods willing to buy all the random junk off you for money. Well, he knows that money in this corrupted world doesn't have any real value. So he's willing to send me out to risk my life to give him supplies. He knows what he's doing. He knows. You know. Wait, oh brother, what? You know what I mean. At first glance, a little clunky and the UI is ugly as hell. Would love to see the game do well. Seems pretty cool. Yeah, this is pre-alpha. Basically, this demo launches their Kickstarter. So you kind of got to like keep that in mind. My main goal of this stream is do not compare this to PoE 2, Diablo 4, and like No Rest for the Wicked. This is pre-alpha launch of Kickstarter. Early. And they're trying to do something different, which I commend them for. That NPC with the government printing money, I know. They give money that has no worth. Bottom line, you're having fun. Watch this. See my crows right now, Humble? I just sent them to bomb this area, and it actually created a crater in the level. It's a full destructible environment. See this? Terraforming confirmed. You could do this to like reroute lakes and rivers. And why do we collect rocks? I believe you collect rocks because not only can you build stuff, or not only can you break stuff, but you could build stuff. Yeah, it's a dive bomb build, Bamster. Let's hope there's an actual point to destroying the environments. So basically, this is Fortnite. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Creators of D1 and D2. This is Diablo North creators. This is what I'm dealing with right now. Ooh. Ah. Okay. This is what I like. We are building Darkhaven to be fully moddable from the ground up. Using your in-client editor, you could create your own items, monsters, classes, and quests in real time, even while playing concurrently with others. Whether you want to design a single set piece or an entirely new rule set for the persistent online world, the tools are built directly into the game. It is the Mario Maker of ARPGs with a fully destructible environment. A lot of times when I'm playing a new game, someone will ask me like, why the hell would I play this over Diablo? Why would I play this over LE? Why would I play this over PoE? This game is actually doing something very, very, very different. Now, I'm not saying that this will appeal to, you know, an insane amount of people, but I think it's a very cool idea. I think it's a very cool idea. Modding freedom, so I can just make PoE in this game? I mean, we'll have to see what kind of rule sets and things you can create, but yeah, it's pretty neat. And then in here, they talk about to play solo or join co-op adventures to enter high-stakes PvP-enabled realms. Now, I normally don't engage with PvP because I honestly just feel bad. It's ridiculous going into a PvP area and just not having any competition. So I normally don't do that because it's not super fun. But I like that it's at least an option in the game. So humble. Wait, what? People are gonna go crazy with this. Bingo. It's clobbering time. I've been watching the development of this game for a while, excited to get my hands on it. D&D players are gonna love this. Yes. So, and the reason why I wanted to show you guys the official Steam page is because I get it. Normally, if you're playing a new ARPG, the first thing you're going to look is the visuals. You're going to look at character customization. You're going to look at combat, look and feel. And even though this is pre-alpha, they are not making a live service ARPG. This isn't a when's the next season, when's the next league. They are doing something entirely different with it. So, Aaron, go tell the Manifest Armor build that you would like to see a solid result. Yeah, I said 1,000 without any weird stuff. Bamster, when people have been sending me lately LE builds, it's like all offense, no defense. I can kill Aberoth in 3 seconds, but I can't actually do anything else. It's got to be like a well-rounded build. I hate builds like that. Hey, Aaron, I don't know if you noticed, but I made some calculations on the new Skeleton Mage Hungering Souls cooldown under your YouTube video. I can't believe you could bring the cooldown down to 1.3 seconds. I think it should be pretty strong. Yeah, I was looking at it and thinking that 2 seconds is realistic. I did kind of the same thing. And we're not talking about Last Epoch. We're not talking about Last Epoch. I already fully broke down kind of like a season starter. Just right, using the cooldown idols, bringing 8 mages in, 8 mages shooting the Hungering Souls. I've already been working on something.
Oh, brother.
I've already been working. Talking about practice. Nice. Yeah, I'm already working on something. Basically, what I'm going to do is when I have like my season starter I'm gonna make a build planner for it, and if something more exciting to me emerges, then I'll work on that. So thank you. Oh, you guys are about to hate me. I'm spoiled? My wife got back into town yesterday, so she made some fresh sourdough, and your life is rigged? What? What else is new hating you? What? Guys, I didn't ask for this food. I didn't, you know, it'd be rude to not eat it. But now I'm hungry. What? I wish I could work and have people hand me things. Give it back then. I can't give it back. That would be rude, is what I'm saying. I played this game for quite a while yesterday. Needs a lot of work, but should be great when it's done. I think that is an unbelievably fair assessment. I like that a lot. I could see the core of what Darkhaven is trying to do. Writing on the wall. Awesome. In its current alpha state, of course, leaves a lot to be desired. I think that is more than fair. Ooh, I like this build I've got going right now. Chat, why isn't he playing No Rest for the Wicked? I've put over 300 hours into Wicked together now. So don't worry. I've already said I will go back to No Rest for the Wicked once they drop patch 1 that has the housing stuff. Don't worry. Don't worry. We're just taking a little break. I'm still putting out Wicked videos every day. Those are rookie numbers. I got to pump those numbers up. I don't want to go over here. The purple crap. Diesel made me click on it. He's still the wicked guy. I'm not the wicked guy. I'm not the wicked guy. The streamer client guy? No. All right, I gotta eat this food. My wife has this pet peeve that she hates it when she cooks for me and then I let the food get cold. It drives her crazy. It drives her crazy. Darkhaven sucks. I tried it. I had to force myself to enjoy it. What do you mean? All right, let's see. What do we got? I don't know if I'm the only one that feels like this. Lately, I've been, I'll go to YouTube to watch something, and there's not a lot of gaming videos. I don't know. Maybe I'm losing my mind. Like, is there anything to watch while we eat? While I eat? 100%, I agree. Watch Gazzy's reaction to the PoE 2 news. Gazzy's reaction. Isn't the PoE 2 news just it's coming out in May? Isn't that all it is? That's fine. All right. Guys, instead of me eating in silence in front of you, which is kind of weird, we'll watch a video together.
It's about PoE 0.5. This is about the Billy. I couldn't find the Billy link, but I guess I have it up there now. But let's watch this.
I'm here to bring you a picture of Happy Jonathan, which we don't.
Wait a second. You're making me watch a video reaction of a video reaction? That's not funny. Don't do that. Why did you set me up like this? All right. Yuck. I'll eat fast. I'll eat fast. You guys are monsters, dude. Yes, just do it.
See all that often. Normally, this is the default Jonathan. That is a little bit more on the disgruntled side. Or maybe you like this version of Jonathan, where he is happily flicking off players. I mean, just kidding. But today we do have a picture of Happy Jonathan here because he is giving us a little bit of a happy announcement. And this is over on the Bilibili website, where they have made an announcement for the Chinese players for the Chinese version of Path of Exile. And in this announcement, well, I guess I won't spoil it for you guys, but you guys already probably know.
I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. It's been great seeing players in China playing and giving feedback, and your contribution means a lot to us. In late April, we'll be showing our new major expansion to the endgame, so there's still a lot to look forward to during early access. But in the meantime, have a good holiday and a happy Chinese New Year. Gong Qi Fa Cai.
There it is.
Okay, I just want to be clear that I said Path of Exile 2.05 is coming in May. And everyone on stream, no. Talkative Try said it's coming in April. See?
From the man himself, and then now we have some interesting cosplay.
That is a wild cosplay outfit. Like, let's be real. That is such a wild cosplay outfit.
But yes, we have gotten an announcement from... Shut up. We have gotten an announcement from Mr. Jonathan Rogers over here, straight from the man himself, saying that we are going to be getting an update for the game in late April. Well, more specifically, he said he's going to be showcasing and presenting the updates to the next Endgame expansion in late April, which basically means that, two things. We are going to be getting either a showcase in late April, and the game itself, the update, is coming in late April after that, or we'll be getting the showcase in late April, and then the update itself is probably going to be coming in early May. Either way, this is going to be
probably
a little
the latter,
bit later
yeah,
than most of our predictions. I think most people expected the game to be coming out around the same time as Dawn of the Hunt last year, which was early April, first week, second week.
Well, that makes 0.4 a 5-month league, though. But hold up a minute now. I can't do math, because we get 0.4 came in December, and they've been very clear with making sure we get 4-month league. Dates are more important than features. They want to stick to the 4-month schedule. So if they don't launch it in April, that means they're pushing 0.4 to be a 5-month league if they launch it in early May. I bet the next patch is going to be big. I mean,
Wasn't PoE 1 pushed 1 month? Wasn't PoE 329 supposed to be February and it was pushed to March, right?
0.4, basically 0.5 is going to be what 0.4 was supposed to be. 0.4 was supposed to be the endgame patch. Now that's coming in 0.5, but I mean, with this scheduling, that makes 0.4 a 5-month league, which is not what they said they were going to do, right? And it's going to be bigger than 0.4 was supposed to be. I mean, probably.
And at this point, it looks like it's either coming out 4th week or maybe even the first 2 weeks of May. So it's a little bit of an unfortunate news for anybody who is looking forward to more Path of Exile 2 updates. But at the same time, I don't think it's the worst news in the world, because, I don't know, having a little bit more time to cook the game is never a bad thing, because we know that grinding gear games is very much strapped for time, and we would say that 0.4 was kind of a little bit rushed when it came out. So
is it possible at all, for the first time ever, Grinding Gear Games does not want to launch into Diablo 4's expansion? They are actually making a decision on timing because of the newfound popularity of D4.
Good that they're taking the time to spend a little bit more time baking up the game, making it a little bit better, maybe ironing out a couple of those bugs that exist in the game, and just give it, the love that it deserves. and give us the game that is kind of a better baked package. But beyond that, we did get a little bit of news last week that I didn't end up covering that I just want to go over in this video, and that has to do with the Ascendancy leaks. Now, you can see this all in PoE2DB right now under 0.5 when you click Predict Starts In, and it's going to be an image of 2 Ascendancies. The first one is going to be Arcane Archer. The second one is going to be Wild Speaker. Now, I would not put a ton of weight on the kind of data mines that we get in the game in terms of when they come out. Of course, these things are always going to be coming out at some point, but is it going to be coming out soon and in the version that we see them in? I'm not sure, because
so we know 0.5 is going to be an endgame patch, and we know it's not going to house a new class, because they hype up new classes tremendously. Like, they really do. They put a lot of marketing value and time and effort into new class reveals. That's why the Druid was so hyped up. So I think it's more realistic to expect X amount of new ascendancies for already existing classes, more so than a new class. And the focus is endgame. So if they finish the endgame, it's very likely that they're going to be in a position where they release new ascendancy classes to the existing ones.
in the past, we've gotten things like martial artist very early. I think even before 0.2 or 0.3 files in the game said martial artist stuff. And then we also got the druid stuff before 0.3, and we were expecting druid in 0.3, but then
yeah, I mean that's kind of true. It's always been 0.4. 0.4 was what everybody expected of 0.3. 0.5 is what everybody expected of 0.4. Like it's like they've kind of been behind, right? You can't release 1.0 without all classes ascendancy, so I think the release cadence of classes has to speed up unless they decide to launch with some classes missing. Jonathan has already gone out in public and on record and say that if they have to release the game 1.0 without all the classes, they will. But there are certain things he doesn't want to.
I feel like I can say this with almost complete certainty that Grinding Gear Games will be launching PoE 2 1.0 without all the classes and ascendancies. Based upon how long it took Druid to get out, and based upon Jonathan Rogers making that a public statement, there's no way. Dude, I ate that whole thing in like 4 minutes. I think I ate too quick.
Release the game without. And one of those things was obviously a proper end game and the entire campaign. Those were like the two main things that they didn't want to release the game in. But if it means that they release it without all the classes, they will. Did he say swords? He might have said swords. I had a vague memory of that, but I didn't want to say that because I didn't 100% remember him saying it. The druid was the hardest to make, so.
Okay. May. Anybody that wants to continue the video, I will link it in the chat. This is the link to Gazzy's videos, about 6 minutes left in it, if you would like to watch it for yourself. Delayed seasons are always bad. I mean, in this situation, you know, I don't know if anybody's ever heard the expression, you shouldn't throw stones if you live in a glass house. Being someone that really likes Last Epoch, I'm sure as hell not going to sit here and talk crap about any studio missing any time frame. So, yeah. Ugh, guys, when do we know when the Warlock is coming to D2R? Very funny. So is Last Epoch free this season? Yes. What do you mean? All seasons are free and expansions free. What are you talking about? I'm pretty underwhelmed with the D4 endgame. They made it seem like the big news was a new way to play it, and it's not. Yeah, I made that same comment, and I got a lot of heat from people. And ultimately, I wasn't actually trying to be a jerk in my comment. I just said I was under the impression we are getting new D4 endgame, and instead we got a way to organize existing endgame. It's just like it's like a way to organize all the activities, but there's no actual new expansion endgame. I was very surprised about that. I was pretty damn surprised about that. do we know the new D4 endgame? There is none. So the only new D4 endgame is if you find this golden ticket. You could take the golden ticket and access something like that. Something. I don't even remember. What you guys? Somebody say, what is it? The golden ticket. There's like a golden ticket thing. They're like, for the lucky ones that find the golden ticket, you could take it to this altar to access a portal to the chocolate factory. No, not the chocolate factory. It's essentially an echoing nightmare from D3. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, something like that. Okay, just based upon the joke right there with the golden ticket, honestly, that would be a fantastic collaboration with any of these games. In the world, you could find golden tickets, and the golden tickets lets you run through the chocolate factory killing Oompa Loompas. Wait, is that... Maybe that's not a good idea. Killing candy monsters. There you go. All right. What? You know what I mean. You monster. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Maybe not. I know. Don't worry. I took it back. Killing candy monsters. So insensitive. Now I gotta listen to this. You could be killing misbehaving children. I'm glad Aaron isn't designing the game now. What? Oh, come on. That was a good idea. Wasn't it?
That is the worst idea.
Jaime, it was a good idea. Don't be like that.
Yes, it's horrible.
That was a good one. No diesel. Endgame. Go shopping, kill Oompa Loompa, shop some more. No, these are all bad ideas. You need to hear yourself sometimes. Where's the bow? I'm using a dagger. I'm melee. Full melee. What, you think I can only play minion builds and bow builds? Gosh. That is correct. What? He's still playing a minion. Crows don't count as minions. All right. We've explored the left-hand side. We're now going to move east. They count camera. Oh, yeah, you could flip the camera. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Okay, this is the farthest you could zoom out. It's like Grim Dawn or Inquisitor Martyr. You could flip it. There's the maximum you could zoom in. I don't like this game. Aaron can walk 20 yards without dying a single time. We have not died yet. Wait, now I'm no longer going east. Wait, we're going... There we go. Build a fort. It's already a minion build. This isn't a minion build, dude. They're just little crow spells. They don't actually, you know, they're not... It's not what it looks like. We know what you're zooming in on. Something's wrong with you. All right, what do you guys think? Tavern Talk today? Should we watch it? Gazzy, DM, and Thomas? I got distracted earlier. I don't remember by what. What I was saying is that, I mean, I guess it's not impossible, but there's just no way we find out any new info that we didn't get from Thomas during our podcast. I mean, we just... you know what I mean? Unless maybe it's a bigger podcast, he'll bring some video or something. There's no reason to watch it. I was gonna watch it. I'm curious how their conversation will be. So guys, anybody that wasn't here for the last No Rest for the Wicked podcast, there was bets being made on how quickly Thomas would swear. It was like 4 minutes in, and how many times he would swear, like over under. Over a 2 hour and 10-minute podcast, he dropped the F or S word every 3.3 minutes. He cussed as soon as he started talking. They might have different questions. I mean, yeah, sure. I'm sorry. I just, people have been asking me if I'm going to watch it. I didn't really plan on it, but if there's enough people that want to watch it, we could watch it. Did Gazzy and DM play a ton of Wicked? I don't even, I was so busy, I didn't even see who was playing. Watch what? At 2 p.m., well, I guess I should say in 2.5 hours, the Tavern Talk podcast with Darth Microtransaction and Gazzy. They're bringing on Thomas to talk No Rest for the Wicked. They played about as much as you did prior to the Together update. Okay, that's actually a good way of breaking it down. My guess is it's going to be a lot of talk around Endgame. Like, do you guys have any plans for like live service models, mapping, juicing, like that kind of stuff? That's my guess. Those are the types of questions. Dude, we're clearing this map. Minions. Gazzy will bring up minions. We already know Necro's not coming till after 1.0. I could 100% see those being the questions asked. This looks bad in the alpha version of the game. Do we have any kind of town portal? If you hit tab, you could fast travel to any locations you want. Upgraded knife.
Steel well struck.
Portal system reminds me of Titan Quest 2. This looks bad even for an alpha version. What kind of crap? Again, I kind of went into pretty, I broke down what this game is and what they are trying to do. If you go into Darkhaven with the mindset of, you know, you're comparing it to current AAA ARPGs, you're going to be pretty disappointed. But if you go into it looking at it as a pre-alpha Kickstarter and you understand the design behind what they're trying to do, it's normally a little more eye-opening. It is a very ambitious plan. I think there's an actual video of it. Hold on a second. It was during the Moon Beast game phase. Not gonna be able to find it. Ultimately, what it is if you've never heard of this game, what it's gonna end up being is the Mario Maker of ARPGs. You're gonna be able to make your own bosses, classes, areas, designs, and bring that into a multiplayer platform. So not only will this have a full story and regular game, but what's gonna make it special is it's gonna be fully moddable inside of its own editor. So you're going to be able to completely design your own levels and game and PvP and do whatever you want with it. So some people would say, oh, it's like Fortnite, or oh, it's like Minecraft. Kind of, but from the developers of Blizzard North, Diablo 1 and 2. So when you look at it from a, oh, when's the next league, when's the next season, you will hate this game. If you look at it from, I'm going to be able to design my own levels and it's going to be fully destructible. All right, now it's like, oh, that could be fun. See if my friends could beat my areas, put my levels online. It's like, okay, I see what they're trying to do a little here. Aaron, please send help. I've been addicted to satisfaction. Oh my gosh. Ben! Wait, the other Ben is here? Handsome Ben has arrived. Perfect. We need some competition for Ben Diesel. How's it going, sir? Absolutely not. He's here. Don't worry, he's in YouTube land. You're okay. You need to exit stage left. Look, here we go. So you guys see, I blew up the ground here, and from doing so, we found an abyss. Nah, they sold it to me in the video that it was a fully moddable and customizable D2 kind of game. Correct. Yep. It's kind of like what StarCraft did with the StarCraft 2 mod editor. There's only one handsome Ben, sir, and that's me. Oh, man. What year is it? You're gone? But it is a good idea. It is a good idea. It is a good idea.
Die, San Juan.
Listen, one can be on YouTube, one can be on Twitch. All right, that's fair. This game is going to be the next big ARPG. I could promise you that. It's all a matter of time. So how's the Kickstarter go as far as funding? How big are the plans? How far are they already? You just know people are going to create exploit maps to power level and get all the best items in an optimal way. I mean, I don't know. It's just, I mean, you're not wrong, but I just, you know, I feel like that's like a PoE way of thinking. I don't know. I mean, just think for a second. You're playing a game that you get to design your own levels. And you design the levels to, like, cheat? I don't know. I don't know. In my brain, it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense to me. I'm not saying people won't do exploits, but it's like, if you're playing a creative game, you know, and you just like, what's, like, there's not even a point. I don't know. People will absolutely exploit and create their own stuff. Oh no, I'm gonna die. You guys are trying to get me killed. God, that's what their plan is. Get them crows. People don't know how to game to have fun anymore. I don't entirely disagree with that. Obviously, not everyone. So there's a spinning hammer build? No, I just got some crows, sir. They're just crows. I need to break through this. No! Oh, I got stunned! I was perma-stunned! That death doesn't count. That was a glitch. Guys. That was an alpha glitch. That was an alpha glitch. Everybody knows that. Of course it was. Guys, it was a glitch. Amateur? What? You didn't die, you perished. It said on the screen. You're better at interviewing than lying. I think it was an alpha glitch. What do you want me to say? Where's the death counter? Oh, brother. Not sure this project gives me somehow the impression these devs are looking for early retirement money. The Kickstarter has little to no info really other than they are the creators of Diablo 1 and 2. That is trippy. I feel like my computer's listening to me. When I finished reading that, on the screen it said, join the Kickstarter. They've got stuff on here. All right, I like looking at Kickstarters to see what the biggest package is. Phrasing, I know. Don't just keep it to yourself. Okay. 10 grand. 10 grand. 5 additional game keys. Help us design within reason a legendary item with the name and lore and description. Ancient hero credit. Ultimate display plaque. Collector's box. 10 grand. Ashes of Creation, no. 10 grand, yeah. Design a weapon in a game where you can Okay, that's pretty funny. Who wrote that? Drang, design a weapon in a game where you could build your own weapons and stuff. Free shipping. You get free shipping. They've already sold one. They have sold one. No, Trevor. I mean, their Kickstarter looks like every other Kickstarter. Somebody said there's no info on it. Aaron, if it wasn't for modders, Bethesda games like Fallout and Skyrim would be out of business. And look what they did to D2. Yep. I'll throw them 100 buckaroonies. When is the LE Season 4 Kickstarter? Very funny. Very funny. Don't let him get to you. Don't. This is not Ashes of Creation, guys. You just can't look now at every Kickstarter and call it Ashes of Creation. You know? Right? Wait, right? Right? Nah, probably more like Crowfall. I know Crowfall. Sounds like we need an action RPG Kickstarter. Ashes of Creation killed Kickstarter. Okay, so if I start a Kickstarter and my game doesn't work, you know, what ends up happening? I'm just curious to see how it works. You get sued, what? What do you mean? Someone's gonna get in trouble for stealing their mom's credit card and pledging 10K. That's a good one, Guilty. You moved to the Cayman Islands? Guys, I can't read chat and kill all these enemies. I'm trying to rid the world of this evil. You guys keep distracting me. You know how hard that is? I'm trying to do the right thing here. Gosh. Oh, brother, what did I say? Look at this, guys. Carving my own path. Let me through. Ooh, secret stuff. Uh-oh. You trapped yourself. No, I broke through. See? Have you found the secrets on Wicked yet? No. I know Frosty LaRue's been going after it. Looking everywhere. I've been playing a little more Last Epoch recently. I don't like the Minecraft vibes. Look at, we have Last Epoch to play. Okay, hey, in all seriousness, somebody just catch me up on some of these Ashes of Creations questions. Will the game... is the game still planned to be a game? Meaning it'll be sold to somebody, it'll find a new parent company... Or is it dead? Like forever, it's gone. Nope, it's done. 100%? No, it is dead. No. Dead. Not right now. So there's been no reports of any bids or anybody trying to get a hold of it. No, the people that were designing it are trying to get it back. Nothing like that. Microsoft probably buy it for $1. It's vaporware along with everyone's money. Apparently, no, game's dead. Interesting. Actually, nobody knows. They dropped the books and Steven was stealing money the entire time. That can't be right. Is that a assumption or is that a provable fact? I was very close to purchasing an expensive key. Thank God I didn't. Caches of creation. Very funny. Too early to say. Nobody knows yet. That is what they are saying. It is leaked info that one YouTuber talked about. All right. Do you guys remember that game? The day before, the #1 most wish-listed game on Steam for like 3 years. Everyone called it. That sounds so funny. Yeah, it was so funny. Everyone called it fake. It was great. And then it really was fake. The day before, that never happened. That game was a mess. I put out a YouTube video. They hit me with a copyright strike for claiming that that guy is unfair. I obviously don't know what the hell I'm doing. What am I doing exactly? That was Guys, I was reading chat again. And that guy had a gold color on his name. That shouldn't be allowed. That shouldn't be allowed. And I'm playing Crows. It's the worst one. I got to deal with that on top of everything else. I'm not upset. I'm fine. I'm fine. After all this time, you still blame chat. I'm not blaming chat. I'm just simply saying I wasn't paying attention. And, I mean, yes, that's my fault for not paying attention, but I was trying to give my attention to the community. So what was happening was I was reading chat as this enemy was murdering me, and then I perished. So that's what actually happened. You guys believe me, right? Oh, sure.
I don't believe you.
This frickin' guy. This huge frickin' guy. Get away from me. My life is empty. These crows are flying around. They don't do crap. Give me that. Anyways, the day before devs don't like me very much. The death was intentional for sure. Thank you. That's ultimately what I was trying to say. You guys know what I mean. Yeah, the day before. Oh, man. Come on, guys. I'm telling the truth this time. We still deserve the song. I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry. That's for the fence subathon. Don't forget your potion. Oh, brother. All right, we got him this time. He's almost dead. I didn't run away. I regrouped. It's called regrouping. It's strategy. Everybody knows that. You have to die. It's part of the learning experience. What an easy fight. See? You guys see? I won. Guys? You guys saw, right? Did Grandpa take his pills this morning? Yes. All right, let's break through and see what's in this room right here. Aaron, would you ever consider playing an open world games or single player games on this channel? Are you strictly ARPGs? I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to playing anything. It's just, it's been a while since there hasn't been like, it's been a while since there's a, geez, I wonder what I should play today. I'm like always backlogged on stuff. But no. Crossout? Dude, my crossout car is so close to done. Break the walls down. So you'd play WoW? I would not play WoW. No, I wouldn't play WoW. No desire to play WoW. Now, let's see what we got in this little room. We broke through the walls. A little bit of an ambush situation. This game is going to release this summer. Who in the world told you that? I sent the crows into the walls. All right. Orange, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I started playing Enshrouded, and I'm having a blast with that. Did you see the Wicked servers having a hiccup last night? I did not. I was recording a Wicked video last night. I didn't notice any hiccup. All right, what did we get? Look at all this loot. Movement speed. Yes. Body armor. Hey, we got a new look. And guys, don't. I'm trying to find, you know, just. Cajun, stop it. I see you already. Nice of you to join us today. Yes. How's the wife's trip? It was good. Guys, it's just the way it's it's not what it looks like. Nice legs. Oh gosh. Oh, I hate it. I'm all turned around now. Go that way. No. Oh, of course. Exactly.
Hello there. A deal well struck.
Look, I found a helmet that gives +3 to crows in a flock. We actually found an item that had an affix that helps us. I didn't think that was possible. She looks nice. Oh my gosh. Maggot Lair is the worst in D2R. That's what I was saying yesterday. It is brutal. Yep. Yes, it is. All right. Let's head top right. Necropolis is spawn camping me now in town. I know it does that. It ends up taking the whole map. And the whole game lags down. She looks really smart. Not very in the... That didn't work right. Now I'm on fire. There's no bazaar in this game. I don't know how you aren't dying so much. I get level 6 enemies spawning on me when I'm level 3. I don't know. Nice immersion. Here, let's make this little river bigger. See the water? Guys? I did that. Guys? Oh. Trevor, I'm not answering your question. I beat the first boss in Wicked, talked to all NPCs, and struggling where to go. Okay, what you should do is go back through the first zone again, collecting pine wood and copper, and start doing your city upgrades at Danos in the center city square. You'll then have to go in the first zone to kill the bandit guy. He's marked on your map. Grim Trough. What do we got here? Ironforge, get out of here. That's why I didn't want to answer his question. Tried to cut down the tree. It didn't work. Oh, there's a question mark here, guys. What do you think is there? A bazaar? Ooh. We got crows. You know, guys, I don't just spend all my time at the bazaar when I play Last Epoch. Just so you're aware. Only if I just like need to I look at something or get some info. You do it off stream mostly? It's actually true. I do when I do my item acquisition, a lot of times it's off stream. What is this shiny rock? All right. So, is there a lot of going back through zones in that gameplay loop? Wait, are you talking about this game, or are you? Oh, you're talking about Wicked. Okay, there's technically 6 zones in the game. 5 main zones, the ones you could easily see on the map. 1 zone you can't see because it's the Black Trench, and then top right you go through twice. 6 zones. But in the game, you know, if you hit a wall or you're struggling to progress, what a lot of people do is they'll pause and they'll go back through the same zone because you need pine planks and copper and spruce and iron ore like crazy to get all your city upgrades and to get the stuff for your house. And you need your waypoint for your house as well. So you got to go through the Crucible. So it's not like MPK. When you're playing Wicked, you need to play it the opposite of Last Epoch, Diablo, PoE, Torchlight. It should be a look at this. You should spend as much time in the campaign as humanly possible. We skipped this zone. I'll go back up. Spend as much time in the campaign as you can. WTF, Rax is playing WoW. Hasn't he played WoW for a while? Why you're not answering about water transportation vehicles? Really? Aaron, do you think these devs are living maybe too much in the D1 and D2 past? And they are caught in their own web? Okay. If you asked me right now to make a game, immediately I would try to find a visual style that looks unique, but so like you saw the visual style and you would know that it's, oh, that's, you know, X, Y, and Z's game, but you're never going to compete with the big guys. So the people that are struggling with just the visual aesthetic of the game, that one I really don't care about too much. This is a indie Kickstarter action RPG. So, you know, I don't know. I think of it, and maybe I'm like the only one that thinks of it like this. Get out of the water. Can you imagine if you're a person, your whole life you've built muscle cars? You know, you're Tim the Toolman Taylor, and you're building hot rods in your garage. And then someone comes up to you and is like, man, you living a little bit in the past? Like, have you not seen the new Tesla? It drives itself. Well, you know, what would be your reaction if you were that person? You're like, I don't want a Tesla. I want to build a hot rod. Diablo 2, to the people making this game, is a hot rod. Does that make sense? I can reroute this water. I bet you that's what I'm supposed to do. Can I reroute the water to put out the fire? Let's see. You should be able to. All right. Okay, I will definitely need you to make a Wicked walkthrough for 30-minute episodes, please and thank you. No, I can't do that. I honestly don't feel right doing that. I know it sounds stupid. I truly feel like No Rest for the Wicked should not be explored through a walkthrough guide. I feel pretty adamant about this. I feel pretty adamant about this. Elite Thorn Husk. Hold on, you stay there. You can help me make crows. Oh, the water's getting closer. See it? It's coming through. Oh, is it putting out the fire? Look at the mini map. I need more mana. Hey. Supposedly there's a way to raise it too. You collect rocks and stuff. I don't know how to do it. Looking at this game, there's no way that 4 devs will push this game within 2 years of early access. That's what you think? No chance. Okay, we need to break through right here. That didn't do it. I need crows. Let the water in. King, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Time will tell, man. You can reroute water to put out the fire. That's what I'm trying to do. I wanted to see if it'll work, which it is working. The water is turning the fire. It's a into this, and then it just turns into dirt. It's literally terraforming it. Look at that. Yo, Aaron, what's up? Hey, Zero. Free dirt. Oh, yeah. Smart. You could actually see the map. So obviously all this fire up here, I'm rerouting this lake into the fire to put it out. Got a jar of dirt. All right, how's the purple doing? What the? Baby face. It's not baby. It's not what it looks like. Wonder if you could flood a dungeon and kill all the enemies that way. That would be awesome. But there would have to be, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So it's just not, that's the best way to do it. It's a good idea though. So it's a plumbing and sewage simulator. It is not a plumbing and sewage simulator. What is it like over in the purple area? The purple area is, it's, how do I put this? Not nice. It's a very mean area. I thought they invited you over for tea. No. Get out of here. We're actually getting a lot better. Like, as far as controls and skills go, I actually am getting better. Are these the final graphics, or are they just placeholder? This game's currently in pre-alpha. So, you know, I'm sure they're placeholders and they're only going to get better. A ring. Yellow body armor. All right, there. Now we got our body armor. Oh boy. Slashing resistance, sure. Burn resistance. Guys, every time I pull up the inventory, you don't need to comment about my character's visuals, okay? Let's just keep it. Let's just all relax. Last Epoch finally has a purple contender. Big guy, get out of here, dude. Don't. That is a relaxed fit. I don't get to pick it. Blow up this wall. That didn't work very good. Break the walls down. Obviously, Bamster. Just double jump back there. I wanted to break it. Where the hell am I? Hey, we're about to level up. How do you like this game? I already liked this game previously. I've already played it once. This is the updated demo. Not that I knew what I was doing, guys, because obviously I died a bunch, you know. I'm a sucker for indie games, and I like what they are trying to do. QB1, what's up, sir? Welcome, everybody. QB is here. QB, you played this one yet? Greetings from Junkville. Hello. Only last epoch you could blow up the terrain. Good afternoon. Hello. Welcome, Raiders. Today we are testing out the new demo for Darkhaven. I have not. Came to watch you master it first. No, it's certainly not that. Right. Shout out. There you go. Everybody just gave Junkie a shout out. Give him a follow. He's an awesome creator. We've rated him a few times. We just leveled up. All right, we are moving to all rare items. $50, $64. Take the one we had. It's got a left ring and a right ring. We still don't have an amulet. How is it so far? So I played the demo, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 months ago. It's a very interesting game. It's very interesting. Now, just to be clear, and I apologize, I know I sound like a broken record. You know, this is not a live service ARPG. Live service in the sense of new developers, I don't want to say is dead, but I don't know anybody making live service anymore. I feel like live service is going to stick with Torchlight, Last Epoch, Diablo, and PoE. So no newer games I've seen are going live service. What this game will end up being is the Mario Maker of ARPGs. So what that means is that you're going to be able to design your own classes, your own bosses, your own items, and your full areas. This game has a full destructible environment. So you can see that when you see these walls, you could break them. That includes the ground. You can literally go down. You can make a huge hole in the ground if you wanted to as well. It is a full... Titan Quest is not going live service. No. Titan Quest 1, Titan Quest 2... Grim Dawn 2, Grim Dawn expansion, Dragonkin, No Rest for the Wicked, Darkhaven. Yeah, no, everyone's moving away from live service. You could dig a big hole and hide. So here's an idea. So this is an example of a hole that I dug that unlocked a dungeon that I then went in. Another thing is, just for an example, is up here there's like a fire. It's like a fire river, and I reverted the lake so that the water went into the fire so that I could walk over it. It dig dug, but it's pretty different. It's pretty different. And you're going to be able to make your own levels and PvP, and it'll have online, and people can come see what you created. So this whole area where I was standing was fire. I literally terraformed and made this crevice here, which reverted this water into the fire here. So there's no more fire. That's an impressive mechanic right there. I love the terraforming. It's very cool. It is very cool. What if nobody plays this game and nobody makes anything? Does the game have zero content? No, it'll have just a regular... It'll have a regular ARPG story. It's so Ronnie, again, what I whenever somebody sees a new action RPG, immediately they go, what's the end game loop? What kind of characters does it have? What kind of skill trees? What kind of class customization? Is there mapping? Is there juicing? Is there crafting? Because we immediately go to Diablo, PoE, Torchlight, Last Epoch. And this game will have, you know, a story and all that stuff, but you're going to be able to make your own levels, and people can play them as well. But then these AAA studios think the solution is to make more live service slop. Yeah, most people are just moving away from live service. The business model isn't sustainable. It's very expensive. Yeah, it's been that way for a while. A rune? Elm? Oh yeah, this game's also created by the founders of Diablo 1 and 2. So Blizzard North. And right now the purple is taken over. The void. You don't want to go in these areas. Ugh. MMO as well, yeah. Oh, this game? No. I wonder if they will use Steam Workshop for people's levels. I don't know. But it will have multiplayer, yeah. There's still plenty of magma to work through. Chunks, what up? Yeah, so Junkie, it's pretty cool. Right now they have their new demo out on Steam. I played a demo back in the day. Supposedly this is the updated version, but yeah, there's been some people that are like, oh, the visuals are dated, like this game's garbage, and it's like, like, man, that is. I think it's more to it than that. And it's got double jump. I saw your video on it this weekend and piqued my interest. I think it's worth a stream. I think it's worth a stream, QB. Oh, look at this nice green area on the map. We found a stash. I need to sell all this crap. Oh, I was dropping them on the ground. I thought I was transferring them into the stash. Hey, get away from my base. D2R and Grim Dawn prove it's not about the visuals. Yeah. Does it have classes? No. It has a pick your starting skill. At least right now in the demo. I'm not sure what their plan is for classes. What happens if you go to your vendor that's... Let's see. Uh-oh.
Deal well struck.
Is it worth a try for dad gamers with little time? So you gotta remember, this is a demo. This is a Steam demo. So this isn't a what is the... That throws it on the ground. There it is. Earthquake? It's this purple stuff is taking over. Look, I'm supposed to make my way here. Yeah, right. Love the armor. Will you guys stop looking? I'm trying to find more. I'm trying to find armor that protects us better. Can you just come on. Guys. Maybe you should have picked the warrior class. It's a plate belt. Come on. This armor protects what needs. Okay, that's it. That's it. Oh, I forgot about this. It has a tattoo system. So you know how you have like charms and idols in other games? In this game, you have tattoos. And the tattoos you put on literally tattoo on their body and give you stats. I forgot about this. Looking, guys, get out of here. Wait, where do the tattoos go again? Very funny. Very funny. Listen to this all day. QB, what have you been playing? Did you go back to Epoch for a little bit? This game, you could terraform everything. Let's see, anything over here? Maybe I can't break these. Oh! I was about to say you can't break this wall. Never mind. You could still break it. Yep, you could. Yep. What's over there? Guys? All right. This game looks pretty rough. Animations are terrible. It's pre-alpha demo. It's supposed to show the core concept of the game. Yeah, the giveaway is a free copy of this demo. You get a choice between the demo of Darkhaven or PoE 1. So you get a choice of those two. Can I get a copy of PoE 2 when it releases? Yes, I could probably swing a copy of PoE 2 release version as well. Does that include the streamer client? No. No. It's just a tech demo, correct? Yes. West, what? A bat rune. I could swing a copy of 1.0 PoE 2. Yes. What? Guys, as long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, costs you nothing. Type in !a giveaway. Honestly, it's really nice to see a developer focusing on honing in the fun before the visuals. So many pretty but boring / broken games are out there. I will say that it does sadden me a little bit that there is a lot of people that look to visuals first. I'm rarely ever asked, is a game fun? Earlier today, someone was talking about the game, and I was like, yeah, but you didn't ask the question, is it fun? Shouldn't that be the first question? I'm rarely asked that. I'm very rarely asked that. Is the game fun? It's like, what's the end game like? Character customization, crafting. Why do the visuals suck? Visually, I'm having fun right now watching. Hello, I just tuned in. How's the game? It really should be the first question. I know. Ugh. Sorry, having fun playing the game right now. This game is fun to play in the sense of like a builder is fun to play. People that are like, I need to grind to Endgame and do some maps and earn some currency, you're not going to have any fun. But blowing up walls, finding secret areas, rerouting lakes, stuff like that, yeah, I find that fun. Again, it's just a tech demo. Normally when I play games like this, I try to look for the core elements of the game. This game has runes, it has gems, it has sockets, which means it also has rune words. It's got rarity of items like in Diablo 2, right? As far as the combat and animations, yeah, there's a ton to be desired, but the core concept of the game is very interesting. Also something, when do you ever see this in an ARPG? Double jump. Doesn't have to have jump, it has double jump. And you could double jump dash. Don't see that very often. And it has a rotatable camera. So Grim Dawn, Warhammer 40k, Inquisitor, Martyr. For a tech demo, it feels far more polished than I expected. Exactly. Yeah. Imagine if Wicked had double jump. Oh my gosh. I don't want to be a negative Nancy, but breaking blocks mechanic seems like a nothing burger. Ronnie, have you followed the development of this game at all? Like as far as building your own levels, building your own items, building your own bosses and areas, multiplayer, inviting people to run your area, terraforming, like that. Like, have you seen any of that kind of stuff yet? Oh, we can go through. Where is the end game? Question mark. Trash action RPG, 2 mobs on location. Obviously, you're joking, right? Paul? Paul? Right. This is a Kickstarter demo. This is to get people interested in the Kickstarter that just launched. Aaron, have you tried V Rising? Yeah, we've run multiple servers for V Rising. Last time we did it, we killed every boss but 2, I think. I like V Rising. Ronnie, let me see if I could find it. I tried to pull it up earlier and then I gave up just because it's like very old. But 1 second. I wonder if they pulled it. Well, I'll just show you this. So the original Kickstarter trailer for the Moon Beast game shows them how you're going to be able to build your own levels. What intrigues a lot of people about this, and I already showed this earlier today, is this. The game I'm currently playing will be the Mario Maker of ARPGs. We are building Darkhaven to be fully moddable from the ground up using our in-client editor. You can create your own items, monsters, classes, and quests in real time, even while playing concurrently with others. Whether you want to design a single set piece or an entirely new rule set for persistent online world, the tools are built directly into the game. Play solo or join co-op adventures or enter high-stakes PvP-enabled realms. You're literally going to be able, in this game, through, not a third party, the actual in-game editor, to make your own ARPG. Now, there's some people that are like, why the hell would I pay to make my own game? That sounds stupid. And there's other people that are like, I can't wait to design my own levels and classes. That sounds like so much fun. So it's different than what you've come to expect. And no, I think there's definitely some fun to be had there. And they have a trailer. It was before it was Darkhaven. It's when it was still the Moonbeast game that shows them in the editor putting torches and bridges and building the levels. A digital tabletop, basically. You can run a D&D campaign in it. Yep, a lot of people have been talking about that too. And again, this is from the creators of Diablo 1 and 2, Blizzard North. That's why you see runes and item drops and like the way the skills and trees work. It has a lot of that D2 shine to it. It's for nerds. Well, that's nothing wrong with that. So there's been a lot of people today that are like, this doesn't look like PoE or Diablo 4. The visuals look bad. The animations look bad. What are the endgame loops? And I try to explain that this is a tech demo for Kickstarter. And, you know, that's garbage. That's just like, right, could you imagine making a game and you're at this level and you just launched Kickstarter and people are already like, man, your game is garbage. Why waste your time? Oh, I could not imagine making an ARPG in the current climate. It's got to be the worst. Like, how dare it not be Path of Exile? Well, people immediately look at a new game and compare it to Path of Exile, whether you agree or not. It just, yeah, it's the way it is. All right, we cleared that zone. Visuals look bad. Just show them the armor. Well, come on, guys. It's actually funny. The UI in this part, as far as character in the middle, all the tabs up here for your skill trees, tattoos, controller support, and multiple tabs. They've also got this puzzle box. So they have this puzzle box here. This is basically your built-in cube for anybody that's played Diablo 2. And the puzzle box is supposed to activate a whole bunch of different things. Yeah, it's a cube, exactly. Looks better than the LE Kickstarter. It looks much better than the LE Kickstarter. Have you died yet? Yes, I've died 3 times. But most of the time when I died, it's because I was trying to die to see what it looked like. So it wasn't like it wasn't a real death, if that makes sense. So. Elite Crypt Roach Heart. And it's got a sort button. Not all games can put that in their inventory. This game will 100% change the genre in a good way. It's going to force companies to change. Diesel, could you imagine a world with like no rest for the wicked visuals and an in-client editor to make your own? Holy smokes. Can you show me or describe it? No, I can't. All right. At least the Hot Roderick Cube doesn't take up inventory space. That's true. Oh yeah, the dive bomb from the crows is pretty fun. Slow laugh sorting would get some people. Yeah, according to Jonathan. I know. The sword button I'll never understand in that one. Okay, everybody. plan for the remainder of today's stream, just so everybody's aware. I don't want anyone surprised. At least I think. We are going to play this for 1 more hour, okay? 1 hour and 7 minutes. At 2 p.m., Town Portal. Tavern Talk with Gazzy and Darth Microtransaction are welcoming Thomas of Moon Studios, okay? I've had enough people message me and ask if I'm going to watch it that I think I should at least check it out. Uh-oh. No! Stupid roach. Give me that crystal. Oh, I could have dive bombed my crows. Probably won't be any new info. So I wasn't going to watch it because that was my whole thing. I was like, how can we possibly get any new info that we don't already have? But enough people are like, you might as well check it out. There might be some new questions. So I was like, all right, we can watch it for a little bit. We can watch it for a little bit. So that's the plan. I hope they don't ask him why it isn't more like PoE 2. Listen, I'm not saying that they're going to talk about turning Wicked into PoE 2. I would expect questions around endgame, juicing, live service, plans for the future, what's coming, kind of standard live service ARPG questions. I'm sure Gazzy will be very curious about Necromancer. I don't know if you've seen the video on the initial gameplay. Uber bosses, stuff like that. That'd be my guess. But it's a big podcast. I don't know. Maybe Thomas will bring something new, share something that, hey, I got a video for you guys to show off. I could see that happening. That's what I'm more intrigued about anything. Thomas being like, I got something for you guys to check out. I want to know your opinion. That's what I'm hoping for. How is this game? Skip or is it promising? I put it in the promising category. For a pre-alpha Kickstarter, it's pretty interesting. So you see that? That's the kind of stuff it's kind of hard to describe. So as I'm fighting, I'm building crows. Then I dive bombed all the crows in this area, killing the bugs, and at the same time, they hit with such impact, they literally created this fissure in the world. And when you talk about combat feel, like we've dug this trench from our skills. It's pretty cool. I mean, it's pretty cool. It's very different. Damaging the environment with your skills is pretty cool, yeah. Imagine just playing one class boring, unlike Aaron playing every class in Last Epoch. That's talent. Thank you, sir. But is there any selling point to the new ARPG world? Yeah, it's that. I mean, that is its selling point. This is totally different than anything you've ever played in the genre. But when you're talking early, this is pre-alpha. This demo launches Kickstarter, right? Think about how early that is. It's not early access. It's not beta. It's not alpha. This is Kickstarter launch demo. So it's hard to talk. It's hard to answer a lot of questions about, what it's going to be or how it's going to turn out. Dude, my crows killed them and left a crater in the world. Diesel says this game is going to change the genre. No, I didn't try controller yet. Yeah, so we got 1 more hour of Moon Beast game Darkhaven, and then we'll watch some Tavern Talk. This is what I haven't explored yet. This part of the world. So this is where we're going to run around. Now, as we are playing, we'll call it, I don't know, the Void is slowly spreading and taking over the world. This purple area is Murderville, and Finkel's the mayor. So we're not going over there quite yet. No D2 Warlock runs? Disappointed. We already beat it. I already. If you look back at the VODs on YouTube, we did a full, at least normal playthrough of Warlock. And then I got to jump over to this tech demo. And we can play more D2. Come on. Silly me, carry on. That's right. What's up, Spence? If you didn't click on that altar, would it be purple yet? No. Look at all these crows. Let me guess, it's all my fault. No, it's not your fault yet. This is the D2 game devs, right? Yeah. I've already been finding runes. Found Ohm and Bat Rune. So let me just quickly show a couple of interesting things about this game. One, it has runes. All these items have sockets. So just know rune words are likely in the game already. It has a built-in puzzle box that is in the shape of a cube. Get it? It's a puzzle box. Guys? Yeah. Is that another dad joke? Built-in controller. That's part of the... It's part of TLI, the cube. This game is money. So anyways, it's from the creators of Blizzard North, Diablo 1 and 2. In the UI, you have a built-in cube. They call it a puzzle box, so you don't have to keep it in your inventory. You got a built-in sort button for all of your inventory, character details, tooltips, overview, but something different. And no, not the character models. We now need to talk about that. Is you have the standard starting skill tree, and it's very, we'll call it Diablo 4-esque as it sits now. But what it does have is a tattoo system. The plane, boss. Oh, sorry. The tattoo system, these are all different tattoos, and you could see the silhouette of the front of her body and the back of her body. And these tattoos, when you place them in here, it legitimately unlocks like core stats for your character. And the tattoo physically goes on your character. That is pretty clever. So, tramp stamp. So, can you show the front one more? Something's wrong with you. I'm telling you, this game is going to change the genre. You're all sleeping on it. So, you know, you think about charms or idols or passive ways of building power that aren't your inventory. In Darkhaven, you have the tattoo system. I'll tattoo my character up. Come on, Shin. I'm asking for the important questions. Trevor, get out of here. D2 Goat? Yeah, so you could see a lot of Diablo 2 in this game with the sockets and the runes and the Herodric cube, and they've basically taken charms and created a new tattoo system for it. And the skill trees, we'll see how these develop, but yeah, even the UI. You got your globes, mana, and health. Yeah, I like it. And that's just, you know, the game, you know, that's just the ARPG components. That's not any of the building your own levels, terraforming, rerouting lakes, digging in the ground to find hidden chests and dungeons. Like, there's a lot of, for a pre-alpha Kickstarter demo, like if you could just for a second take yourself out of like the live service Last Epoch, live service Diablo, live service PoE, you know, move away from that AAA polish and look at the core of what they're trying to produce. It's actually pretty impressive. It's pretty impressive. It's pretty impressive. Again, this is a pre-alpha Kickstarter demo. The Kickstarter right now, by the way, and this is not a sponsored stream. I don't even know. Oh, well, I'll wait for it to pop up on screen. There it is. Flashbang warning. Sorry. 31 days to go. They've already generated 106 grand. You think it's more intentional play like No Rest for the Wicked or ARPG spammy? I would guess it'll be more ARPG spammy. Creators of D1 and D2. It's not. So they've talked about in their video, like, building mountains to give yourself, like, you know, height and strategically using the landscape. So you might have some of that stuff, but yeah, I don't know. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Thanks for pointing that out. This is a all or nothing. This project will only be funded if it reaches its goal by Friday, March 20th, 2026. They only need 400 grand. That's not that much. The last one we saw was Carbon. Carbon got really, really close to its Kickstarter goal, and I was seriously heartbroken when it didn't hit it. It's heartbroken. Luckily, Carbon's still being made. Yeah, but they're still not 100% sure, right, on, like, what the scope will be. Yeah, the Carbon devs are awesome. All right, everybody, we got about 53 minutes left on Darkhaven. Then we'll check out the podcast. Basically, the game is being made by 50 or almost 60-year-olds. Nice. Nice. Right? I like the idea. And again, like, this is just me. I love the idea of, Aaron, what's the stream today? Today's stream is I'm going to be building my own level in Darkhaven, and then I'm going to open it up to the community to see if you guys can beat it. I love that idea. Oh my, and I know that's like, well, Aaron, you're a streamer, of course. That's like fun content. I don't know. It just sounds so fun to me. Contest idea? Dude, there's so many things you could do. It just, yes. Mm-hmm. Oh, brother, calm down. I love that idea. There's a lot of fun to be had. Yes, there is. And then just laughing at Diesel dying over and over again because he can't do it. Diesel, I didn't mean that. I don't know why I just said that. I didn't mean that. Guys? A die? He's so mean. That will never happen, sir. Oh, great. Now I gotta listen to this. Cinnabar die. Can I actually die? I dyed my armor. Dude, it just feels like it's been an eternity since I've been able to do that. We dyed our armor red. Oh, I'm standing in the purple. Striking. Looks good in red. Got. Well, you got. We found this. This is our first unique item. It's a socketable, unique Gloom Parasite Heart. And it shows what it does. For boots, it gives 15% movement speed. It is a unique movement speed socketable. That's probably not any good. Take that. It can use earth. Nice. Man, I'm so pumped for this damn game. Take my money already. Bender it. Uncle John, how's it going? Uncle, you've played this demo, right? Shout out. What's up, Unc? Speed is everything. Yeah, we found our first unique New York. Game's pretty fun. It is pretty fun. Welcome, everyone. Do you like this game? I will try it tomorrow. Okay. Uncle John, when you play this tomorrow, you have to go in with an open mind. This is not 1.0. It's not early access. It's not beta. It's not even alpha. This is pre-alpha demo that is helping promote their Kickstarter. So, like, keep that in mind, okay? But I'll give you just a very quick cliff notes, all right? It's made from the developers of Diablo 1 and Diablo 2. And you could see that because you have things like rune words in it. You've got tons of different socketables. The gear that you find are going to have sockets on it. When you level up, you get to pick attribute points. It has a skill tree. But it also has, check this out, a tattoo system. So think of this as like your idols or your charms. You can actually, this is the front of your body. This is the back of your body. And if you find these tattoos, you could literally slot them in there. Like, watch. Here. We'll take this bat rune and we'll put it on my upper back. It legitimately shows you what you get, and then a physical tattoo goes on your character. This is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. The bat tattoo, I now got like bat wings. Tramp stamps not included. It's pretty neat. It also, obviously, again, since it's creators of Diablo 1 and Diablo 2, you get a puzzle box that is in the shape of a cube. Get it? You get it. It's a puzzle box, and you could activate different. You get it. It's got a full terraforming landscape. Earlier today, we were rerouting this lake, and we were actually putting out the lava because I was moving the lake into the lava to put it out. You could like create holes in the ground to find chests and dungeons. Double jump. It's pretty neat for a pre-alpha demo. As long as you don't go into it thinking it needs like PoE polish, I think people will have a lot of fun with it. I want barbed wire tattoo around my bicep, but it doesn't connect on the inside because it hurts. Very funny. But yeah, I like it. Need some time to cook, but once it's done, I could see it being pretty cool. I just downloaded Carven to play again. I've played that demo so many times. And if you move all your stuff around or you're finding everything, this game also has a very convenient arrange your contents button that will sort it all for you. Yeah. Ugh. I like it. And like 99% of the features they want to add aren't even in the game yet. I'm literally creating craters with my teleport. What? No! We're not running away. I just need a crystal. All right, we had to run away for a second. No! Now, guys, I wanted to just quickly show an example to Uncle John who raided so that you know what happens when you die. I thought I would just quickly show just so everybody has an idea of what happens, showcasing the way death works in this game. Smart. Yes. Just so that everybody knows and has an example of it, so that you know. Can you please make a guide on death in this game? So that's what happens. You perish. You don't actually die, you just perish, all right? That's not good. Lowest Kickstarter package says it's sold out. Is that what it says? That's okay. What in the heck? I've never noticed this before. The pair of boots I was wearing had water walking on it, and the pair of boots I put on has feather falling. No crap. I didn't even... I can fly! Guys, that is awesome. Woohoo! Minecraft enchants? I don't know. I didn't even notice the modifiers on there. Somebody clip that. Curse you, Peter. I didn't even know that. I see what's happening. Yeah. Fire imbued. Falling with style. That's right. And guys, honestly, that death, I really wasn't trying. Just so we're all on the same page. You should get the 10,000 package. Okay, if you get the 10,000 package, does it give you any keys for Ashes of Creation? I just wanted... Somebody said it might. I just wanted to check if anybody knew. It gives a Star Citizen package. Oh, okay. Yeah, everybody knows that. All right, got it. This staff was a terrible idea. Champion Gulpjaw. It gives a free copy of Concord. Oh, that might be worth something. Dude, can we get Fall Feather in No Rest for the Wicked? You think that's something that maybe... Jeez. Oh, and a free copy of High Guard. Bro. Bro. That's it. Had enough of this. I think the creator of No Rest for the Wicked's doing an interview in 40 minutes. Yeah. We just had Thomas on the Town Portal podcast. I didn't plan on doing the full watch party for this, but we'll watch it for a little bit. See if we got any good info. How long is this demo? That's a good question. So we have been playing for 3 hours and 20 minutes. And obviously you can, you know, there's a decent amount of stuff to do. This is as far as the map we have uncovered. These are the areas we have yet to explore. You can see that there's a dungeon here and all this purple crap taking over. I'm supposed to fight back to here, which we would die. So, yeah, I mean, there's some stuff to explore in it. Some fun to be had. I don't like this purple area. I've been in meetings. I wasn't sure what's transpired. Nothing has transpired. I just got a bunch of crows. And no, I didn't just pick the minion build either. So don't think that that's how it went down. I was looking at the different options and they just happened to have one that made minions. So I thought I would just try that. So that's... Yes, you did. I was here for that. It's not what it looked like. You guys know what I mean, right? Dude, there is something so satisfying than triggering the crows to hit the ground and hitting the ground so hard that it creates a crater and the enemy dies. I kind of wish I didn't sell those water walking boots. I wanted to see what those, like, if you literally could just run across the lake. Take that, River Fang. All right, 35 minutes. We're just going to keep exploring the area. I feel like this demo is definitely bigger than the last time. Once you unlock a fast travel location, you can immediately use it to move anywhere. As far as waypoint. Does the combat feel weighty? Sometimes it does. Again, my little, we'll call them minions. When I send them to attack and they hit the ground and put a hole in it. Yeah, combat's got a pretty good little weight to it for sure. At least in what I'm playing right now. He said minions. It's not minions. It's just, you know, we'll call it a spell that I can control that moves on its own, you know. Is that? How do I, well, bird brains. Oh, brother. You guys know what I mean. Dude, we are cooking now. Want to get through as much of the map as I can. We're destroying the whole environment. Guys, if I'm blowing up trees and rivers and lakes and... Am I the good guy or the bad guy? Because I am clearing the land of all this stuff. Ugh. Just like the general in Avatar, he's the good guy. Isn't he actually the good guy? Just trying to save the people of Earth? No? Thought he is the good guy. He's just going to inspire him to make a dive bomb falconer, right? There's definitely more content in this demo than I gave it credit for. Like, we're for sure not going to finish it. After, even at 4 hours. There's no way. Pretty sure he wanted the money. Don't remember needing to save Earth. I don't remember why the humans were on Pandora. You're right. They were mining it for a certain rare mineral. I don't remember what the mineral was for. And then the second one, they were mining brains, and I haven't seen the third one. Riker's playing it on the second day in a row. I could see Riker liking this game a lot. He wanted the unobtainium. Oh yeah, it's called unobtainium. You watched him a bit yesterday. He seems to be having a lot of fun. That was a lot of crows that just made that crater. Mordo, what up? Hello. Not enough mana. Next, they're going to tell me to construct additional pylons. Stupid mage. I'm out of Vespian gas. Oh, gosh. We cut this whole bottom sector off. My favorite saying in StarCraft, because I was Team Toss. Carrier has arrived. Carrier has arrived. Oh, ho, 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 ho. That's game time right there. The building aspect of this game feels a little unnatural to me personally. How do you like it? I haven't built anything. I've never played The Sims. You would be a carrier with those little minions. Well, that's... Oh, come on. You can't say I was using minions in an RTS. Everybody uses... That's like all your characters are minions. Come on. No, I never played The Sims. So I wasn't a Sims player, but you want to talk about a game I did really like. How many people out there have played Roller Coaster Tycoon? You guys don't know about Roller Coaster Tycoon. It's probably only a handful of you that have ever heard of it. All right. That game was the best. So good. Oh, brother. We know about Roller Coaster Tycoon. No, you don't. Who the hell is this big guy? He's dead. Bro, he just fell like a meteor. Dude, I just brought back a lot of memories for a lot of people, bringing up Roller Coaster Tycoon. Cleaning the pathway nonstop. I know of it. I was more of a theme park or something like that. Oh, brother. Yes, it was more of a theme park. Deal with this all the time. My mom loves Roller Coaster Tycoon. Mom's got good taste. I wonder if there's have they done anything with Roller Coaster Tycoon, a remake, Roller Coaster Tycoon 16? Like, when was the last time that game got any love? I just told you, wait, they have a new Roller Coaster Tycoon game. Came out a few months ago? No crap. It's called Roller Coaster Tycoon. I still don't know what these little things are for when you click on them. Is it just literally to give you light? Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 was from 2020. Get out of the water. We found more dye. There, we matched our helmet with our body armor now. The nice little royal blue. More navy. All right, guys, 25 minutes till we tune in to the Wicked podcast. 25 minutes. Collapsed pit. We made it to the collapsed pit. I can fly. Look at me. Guys? You see that? Guys? You probably missed it. You want to see it again? You didn't know I knew how to do that, did you? Guys? That's some physics right there. The crows helped me fly. Were you saying something, Aaron? I was busy talking about The Sims. Oh, gosh. Look, Mr. Frodo, the Eagles. That's right. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Vertical in this game will be absurd by the time it's done. Uh-oh. No! Get away! All right, I just jumped back to town really quick to, you know, our inventory was starting to get full, so thought it was a good time to, yeah.
Steel well struck.
All right, Bamster, get some rest, brother. People flying from their mudhole spike versus caveman. That's right. It's important. Everybody knows that. All right, gold find. Four to life. Swim. There's a modifier for 50% swim faster. Swim faster. All right, we got another rune, everyone. Now, once you get a rune, okay, you could go up here and you could tattoo it on yourself. And when you tattoo it, like this bat rune, the tattoo actually shows up on your character. Okay. So in this case, 1 to stamina, bleed reduction, slashing, bleed duration. Left shoulder. Heart. So now we're getting those bonuses on the heart spot, and you could actually see the tattoo on the character. Level 6. Game needs some work, but totally a great idea. Oh man, yeah, for sure. I mean, this is a pre-alpha demo, right? So it's really more like a tech demo than even like a playable full game. Just supposed to build hype for the Kickstarter. But yeah, the core systems are awesome. Riddle, thanks for the Prime sub. Thank you. 4 hours, level 6, pretty slow progression for a tech demo. I don't know about that. You think it should be longer or more levels? What do we want? Bone Storm, Lunge. Spine Breaker, Glyph Lunge. I should have kept the ring where I swim faster. Oh my, ah! Oh, very funny. Crows, get him! Yeah, not so funny now. Wait, maybe he is. Uh-oh. Stupid swimming. You had a ring. Yes, I had a ring. All right, everybody, 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Dude, we're getting close to full map clear. A huge freaking guy. All right, we got him. No. You forgot the underground. I know. I'm just trying to see if I can get a full map clear. We're almost there. I know. We're not talking about dungeons. I'm talking about the top. Know what I mean? Do you know? These frickin' guys keep pushing me around. Think it's funny. It's not funny. Danny, for the most time I was on this side. People wanted to look at my character because they're weird, so I switched to the other side during inventory. Fair? Yeah. Aaron, see my message. Planet Coaster 2 is the roller coaster tycoon game. I took the time to look it up. It's very fun. Planet Coaster? That's like the, whenever you make a new game, it's got to be bigger than the last one. It's like the Need for Speed series when they're like in space, you know? It's like, all right, we've already done the theme park in the state. What's next? The roller coaster of the world. The world coaster. Something like that. Okay. Full map clear. We've unlocked every single waypoint in the game, and we have discovered the entire map in under 4 hours. But we have not done a few of these dungeons. Sir, you aren't doing a very good job of stopping the darkness. Now normally I'd go through and I would clear out all this purple stuff. But that, that's like... ain't nobody's got time for that. Like, how am I supposed to? You literally have all the time for that specifically. Oh, brother. But first I got to check out this dungeon. It's all shiny. You can't skip the shiny dungeon. Who the hell is this again? Get him! Oh. See, I didn't run away. I fought him. Guys. I get credit for that, right? Not using potions is giving me anxiety. Those are just backup potions. All right, see, how can I not go in here? Look. Look how shiny the door is, guys. Guys? Okay. All right. Getting the podcast set up. Wicked. We did a Wicked podcast with Thomas. Shiny door is to Doom. No, there's probably not even any enemies in here. Wait, who are these guys? Fly away! Woo! You guys see my flying? You guys saw it, right? Woo! Can't touch this. Okay. There's too many bugs in here. Imagine playing Ellie and not being able to jump. You're gonna die. You're gonna die. You're gonna die. Holy crap, we found new armor. Look at that, guys. A little more covered up now. Good. I have to jump and fly over all this. Whoa! I can't believe there is 885 days until the next LE season. You mean hours. Hours, not days. Don't say that. Next month is going to be crazy. March is going to be insane. Yes. That is a factual statement. Will you get down here? Bug? Haven't seen a bug around here. Real hip guy. Everyone knows Bug. All right. Hey, Anger, I don't think the clock is accurate. I need somebody to check the last epoch to the minute of launch. I don't think it's accurate. I think it's close. I don't think it's right. We are so dead. You can fly, you can fly, you can fly, you can fly, you can fly. Woo! This game is cheating! I was trying to fly! Told ya! You didn't tell me this dungeon was Murder, She Wrote. You could die, you could die, you could die. Guys, I'm not even trying at this point, you know? They dropped a meteor on me. They're not allowed to do that. Are they? Okay, yeah. Try not to die this time. Well, I've already tried to die. That son of... Now I'm not trying to die anymore. That time... Now I'm done trying to die. Now I'm locked in, okay? No more deaths. You perished. Oh, I felt that. Oh, gosh. There's a lot of mobs in this dungeon. I don't know if you knew that. So just thought you should know that. And they're not very nice. Look. Oh, great. You didn't... Who the hell is that? Oh, and I took my swimming ring off. Uh-oh. Oh, brother. Dive bomb! Bro, I told you guys we had this. I knew it. I knew it. It is 88402. All right. The cheese is strong with this one. That wasn't a cheese moment. That wasn't a cheese moment. Okay. 88402. Eight 8401. How close is that? Good enough? It ain't good enough. Probably add 20 seconds. That's got to be close. Big guy, how many seconds? That brings you to 11 a.m. Central on day of release. Okay, perfect. Guys, it's only 884 hours. I knew it was off a little bit. This is why we check this stuff. He's cheating. He's cutting time off the subathon. That's not what I'm doing. You're close enough now. It's within 30 seconds, right? I have a countdown clock app on my phone. Super nerd. Yes. Okay. All right. It's within 30 seconds. That's pretty good. "36 days, 19 hours, and 59 minutes. That's not too bad. All right. Time travel. See, we cut some time off the clock, guys. Still crickets from EHG. Well, what's today? Is today Monday? No, it's Tuesday. No! Gosh, we are getting just wrecked in this dungeon. Oh, it's a good thing we haven't really locked in yet. If we were locked in, it'd be very different. So these boots have fire walking. Can we stop? I have to pee. Oh, gosh. All right. Here, let's do this. Flipping sides. Tavern Talk is supposed to have started 1 minute ago. So, everybody, I made an announcement. We're going to play for 4 hours, and then we're going to watch this for a little bit.
And get a quick mic test from Ghazi real quick, please.
Mic check, mic check, 1 2 3, 1 2 3, mic check.
Beautiful. And Thomas, if I get a mic check 1 2 from you as well, please.
Mic check, 1 2 3.
Perfect. There we go. All right, one more time, please.
You mean me? Mic
Yes,
check,
please.
1 2 3.
Perfect. There we go. Got it. All right, should be all balanced. All righty. Pretty much are good to go. How you doing, Thomas? How you been, man?
Doing good. Really busy with a lot of the stuff that we're working on. But yeah, let's get into that today. It's gonna be fun.
Well, that's a perfect segue. Actually, Ghazi, we'll do the intro real quick, and then I'll start the segue. Go for it, bud.
I like it. All right,
Aaron's
welcome
there
everybody to the Tavern Talk. We still have no idea what episode we're on, and we've had a little bit of a mini break, but we are back and brought in no one else but Thomas Marlott, CEO of the Moon game. It's not the Moon Beast game, because that's another game. We're going to talk about No Rest for the Wicked, which has been a very interesting ride to try out. And obviously with me, my co-host, Darth Microtransaction. But welcome in, Thomas. How are you doing?
Doing good.
Party
How are you guys
Crasher?
doing?
Me?
Doing good. We both recently played your recent update. The multiplayer update seemed like pretty well received. I mean, I played it both with Riker, and then we tried hardcore in the difficult mode with Karn. So I kind of did 2 run-throughs. of the multiplayer.
I saw your playthrough with Riker. It was very enjoyable.
That was a good time. It's been a minute since I got a chance to play with Riker, but that was actually it's surprising
You had
how
a lot of arrows in your back, but it was very
yes,
enjoyable.
yes. Friendly fire is real. Thank God the damage was reduced because Riker would have had quite a kill count on me, I think. I was surprised how smooth the multiplayer actually was. I don't think we had like any disconnects or any issues or anything like that. So would you say the multiplayer has been mostly a successful launch?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was shitting my pants about, right? Because historically, if you look at multiple launches, you never, know what you're going to get, right? Because you have to kind of like make all these decisions at the start, like how many servers do we put up? Can we auto scale those servers, right? Like, do we hit the right number, or is it all going to error 37, right? And yeah, we went into it pretty confident. Because we already like knew, hey, breach we find, we left the game in a pretty good state, but then we kept polishing, right? Meanwhile, our tech team also did a ton of work on just the multiplayer aspect. We tested everything thoroughly. Then we did the beta. There were some systems.
Echo fixed? No echo?
Talk about here, right? Because like last time, Darth, when I talked to you, we went pretty hardcore into it, and
Yeah.
I enjoyed that. I always like when I have these interviews with streamers that actually really play the games, right? Where it's not just some journalistic outlet where it's clear that, hey, this person hasn't even played my game. But yeah, there were some systems where we tried to limit players and people give us a tremendous amount of shit, right? Then over the Christmas holidays, I just changed those systems and came up with kind of like the Ember system that we have right now, and like more and more stuff, right? And like we ended up, I think, in a really nice spot, and then we released the game and it just fucking blew off the handle, right? Like it was just insane. Like there were days when we started with like, oh my god, we sold 30,000 copies on day one, and then it went to 50, and then it went to 70, and it kept going, and it's just we were over our graders and all this stuff, right? So I'm in a very good mood, thinking that, hey, once we fully release and we have all the stuff in there that we're still planning, it should be quite a remarkable experience for everybody.
Yeah, speaking of selling a lot of copies, I mean, on the actual original release, it was what, 36,276, I think was the peak, and then this multiplayer together update was 62,997. So I mean, pretty close to 2x from the original. What do you attribute that sort of baseline growth to? Because I mean, having a new peak over the top of like the original release is like kind of hard to do for games.
That's actually what I wanted to ask you, right? I just recently had this conversation with Thomas Brush, and we basically did a fairly simple strategy, right? We just polished the crap out of the game and made sure that, hey, it's really fun for us to play. And then Apurva in our marketing team came up with this whole thing of like, guys, obviously, like, we don't really have a quality problem here. We have an attention problem, right? Like, so many people just haven't heard of Wicked yet and so on, right? And she attacked it in two ways, right? She did the whole thing with like, hey, we should do a 40% discount, which is rough, right? But she was like, make it as easy as possible for people to just try the game, right? And then on top of that, we also did the free weekend, right? And out of the two, actually, I think the free weekend did more for us than the discount, because the conversion rate that we saw was fucking through the roof, right? Like, it's just way higher than
having deja
what you'd
vu
normally
right
see.
now.
Are you willing to
But
share that number by any chance? Because I'm curious, actually, what is the conversion rate of people that tried the game for free that became product owners?
It was almost half.
Oh, that okay.
So
That
almost,
is, yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
That's actually
fucking
wild.
insane. Yeah. So I mean, almost every second person who tried it, right, was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna buy that game now, right? And the nice thing is, because it was co-op, right, they didn't just buy one copy, they often bought 4 copies. So that was a sweet side effect. But I wanted to ask you guys, because it is historically difficult, right? Like, if you have a launch, right, like usually your initial launch is the biggest it ever gets, right? But not in early access, right? But it is usually the thing where you see a ton of sales, and then you see that 1.0, right? Obviously here it was multiplayer, but what do you guys think did the trick?
Guys, you want to go first, or should I?
Yeah, you can go for it.
So, okay. So the way I see it, and you're welcome to disagree, but the way I see it, looking back at my own previous experience, was what happened with No Rest for the Wicked the first time I played it. It wasn't that I didn't want to play it. It was that there was something I ran into that like turned me off about the game. Like, for instance, originally there was like a time gating aspect of the game and material acquisition were both like kind of annoying things, and they hit you fairly early into the game, to be honest. So when I was playing the game, I ran into that and then was kind of like, that's kind of like a buzzkill a little bit for me. And then if you push through, you actually end the game like fairly early. You go through, you hit the last boss, and you're kind of like done with the game. So I feel like your audience retention number is like fairly quick, so that the people that are playing the game, the word of mouth, I didn't feel like was spreading as much because you're kind of done with the game soon, and there's a couple things that turn you off early. So the recommendation amount would be kind of hard. And then you go to this release where it's multiplayer. You guys have more content available, so you can actually have a longevity of playthrough. You don't have as much of the annoying like time gating type of stuff. Now it's like pretty fast, and material acquisition has been improved. Crafting is a little bit better, etc. So I feel like there's more to keep you on long enough to actually go out and recommend it to a friend, plus the sell. And then if you have a buddy you actually want to play it with, I feel like the multiplayer is like obviously kind of accounts for itself there. But that's what I would see for myself, like playing is. I remember hitting the points where I was kind of like, this is kind of making me not want to play. And I never really hit that with the update in particular. I was just kind of like, oh, this is actually really fun. And the multiplayer actually like was very enjoyable. Like I had easily twice as much fun playing with a buddy than playing solo.
I'm sure we'll talk about this as well, right? The whole multiplayer, the way we approach it, and so on. Gazi, what's your thinking on this?
So I have a very different approach to it because I never played it until this update. So like, as I was recommended, people kept telling me the game's great, you got to try it, I'm like, I don't have it scheduled, I have an opening, all right, I'm just gonna try this game out because everyone keeps talking about how good it is. So I don't have this moment where, oh, this is where it's good, because I was already informed of what made the game good. I was like, okay, I'm gonna look for those things. And as soon as I got into it, to me it was very enjoyable from the get-go. Like 15-20 minutes into the game, I was already hooked on it. I think I spent 6 minutes into the game and then I just tabbed out and bought it. That was my experience. So I was like, this is going to be fun. I think that in general, because I don't have any reference point to how it was before or versus after when it comes to the update and material acquisition and whatnot, I think that the only things that I stumbled upon that I felt was, oh, this is a bit annoying, was the feeling that I had to go back and farm goddamn trees and ores. That's probably the only thing that I was a little bit annoyed with outside of fall damage, but we'll probably cover that in a bit as well. And sure because it was my first time playing it, I chose not to engage with multiplayer because I didn't want to get carried by someone who played it beforehand. I wanted to explore it and see what's available, the different weapons, and what I could do with it. So I had a really good time. And for me, it was like the first time touching the game at all. So that's why I wanted to see what DM's take was on it first here. My approach is very different since this was my very first time, right?
And I could add in... oh, sorry, guys. You going?
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say I'd add one more part, too, which is like the healing aspect of it. If I remember from the beginning, you didn't have the heal portion of the focus from the start. And I feel like that actually added a significant amount because like not having a way to heal and like getting gated behind to get food added tedium to a portion where I kind of had like constantly like heal myself. So I feel like the heal room like actually kind of immediately helped a lot, to be honest. I found myself using that significantly.
Yeah, it's really interesting. We added that, I think, with Breach Refined. And we always had it in there for some time, right? Like there was the heal rune and the heal aura rune and so on. But it wasn't like it was something that you had to get in town first, right? And so you didn't start with a way to heal through focus, right? But you could get it fairly early, right? So we thought, hey, that's okay. But then when we added it, it helped a lot of players, right? Just to have that other way of healing available right away, right? So, yeah.
What do you attribute it
I don't really have it.
How long are these Tavern Talks like normally? Does anybody know?
I'm touching it, and it got me.
How long these are?
Yeah, I'm very much enjoying it. And then in the middle of my playthrough, I get linked a teaser video of you, Thomas, playing something with summoner stuff. And I'm like, bro, this guy's like right up my alley. Like, I'm here. Let me have
6
it.
hours.
I'm sure we'll go over a lot of this stuff in this meeting, right?
An hour and a half.
It's interesting also if you look at the trajectory, right? I think there was a lot of kind of like diversity at the start regarding us basically just saying, hey, No Rest for the Wicked is a new ARPG, right? And I still find that so interesting, right? I think there's a whole new generation that didn't grow up playing Diablo 1 and Diablo 2 and so on, right? Because to me, those games were so different than modern ARPGs, right? Where there's a very clear cut with like Diablo 3, where it became like, hey, basically what the Diablo 2 endgame was the MO for Diablo 3.
Aaron
right?
already
Like it
tabbed
was
out.
immediately
I did
like,
not
oh, shoot a
tab
ton
out.
of stuff and like constant
know, I'm
spam
paying
and like
attention.
piano play, right? On the keyboard and so on. And I think in a lot of people's heads right now, Diablo, like that is basically what an ARPG is, right? Like it is what Diablo 3 is and what Path of Exile 1 and 2 and so on have become, right? And we, in like generally, always wanted to kind of like take it back a little bit, right? Because to me, I have this whole thing about when we started on Wicked, right? Like it became immediately clear. Like I was a huge fan of Monster Hunter, and the first time I played Monster Hunter, the PSP, right? It was this immediate, oh my God, imagine we have something like this in a Diablo-esque game, right? If somebody could handle that, right? That would be the greatest, because now you're solving the point and click problem, right? Because, and I'll have some very interesting discussions very soon with a lot of the ARPG
Thanks,
people,
big guy.
with the designers. Because I personally see...
Memphis asks Aaron, what's the timer? The timer is for when Skynet becomes self-aware.
I get why this was chosen in the mid-90s and even in the early 2000s, right? But it doesn't really make sense anymore. And the problem that I'm seeing is that whenever that is picked, it doesn't matter which ARPG you look at, right? But if it's rooted in point and click, the end game inevitably becomes power creep, right? Like just that's, and the developers even like lean into that, right? Like it just becomes like, yeah, this procs with that, and then that procs this, and then right? And then it becomes about screen wipes and so on, right? Which I think is really unfortunate from a actual gameplay perspective, right? Means is that I don't have anything against power creep itself, but what that really means at some point is that
I don't know why I find it hilarious, just a little bit. He's talking about one-button builds, power creep, just blasting maps to Gazi and DM. Never mind.
Assassin needs to play like an assassin, right? Like I want to be able to hide in the shadows and then do
it's okay. You know, okay, you got what I'm saying.
And that kind of thing, right? And I don't think that stuff would even be possible in most modern ARPGs, right? So I think there's that discussion is going to be very interesting, because I think there's really a fundamental change that needs to happen, and maybe some players will not like that, right? Because players are usually don't like change, right? They're all saying add new stuff and so on, right? But then if you do change, a lot of times it's like, oh my God, we need to educate the public to some degree, right? And make them understand, no, this is good, right? Like there's good stuff here, and we'll polish it and we'll do it, and then you get there, right? But it's similar to that whole, like there was this Alien game on the PlayStation 1, right? Where they, for the very first time, did like analog stick, like the thing that they're doing with the analog sticks today, right? Where it's like, hey, the right analog stick is for moving around and for looking around, right? And the left one is for moving around. And when people first tried that, they lost their shit. And all the journalists were like, this is the worst fucking input method ever, right? And it took some time, right? Like it took some time, like, so Halo did it and a bunch of other games did it, right? And then it became the standard, right? But sometimes we go through these things where it's like, no, you need to kind of like go through a painful process, but then...
Hi, Frosty. Bye, Frosty.
Trust us, it is the right thing.
How much of the player base do you believe is in the Venn diagram that like plays both? So you're talking about like modern ARPGs, and I very much understand what you're saying, right? Like I play modern ARPGs, I'm obviously a fan of this genre, and they are very much blaster-centric. Like this is kind of what they all evolve or devolve depending upon your view of the subject, like into, effectively. Okay, and then you have you, which I just finished playing through all the Dark Souls games. So admittedly, I skipped the majority of 2 because 2 wasn't for me. But I was playing the Dark Souls games, and I could very much more see what I would consider Dark Souls, both from map design, like the way you guys do shortcuts, verticality, things like that, like intricate world design from a smaller world, more layers, as opposed to bigger world, more exploratory, right? So I could definitely see a lot of the Dark Souls in the map design. And then obviously the combat speaks for
I would
itself.
question bigger world is more exploratory, by the way, right? Like that is something fight.
Yeah, sure.
against.
Yeah,
But,
sure. I mean, I
didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah, no, you get my. I guess I more meant like horizontally explorable. But yeah, I understand your point. So I could see that a lot more from the Dark Souls perspective, and that's kind of what I consider the other part of the circle. So how much of this Venn diagram that really overlaps? You got the blasters, and you got more of like the intricate world design. How much of this are you guys targeting for an overlap? Like, what percentage of players would you say you think are the type that are convinced or could be convinced of this style, and it's an education issue as opposed to like just your fundamentally
I don't really
different demographics?
think that way, right? Like I really don't think that way, right? Like our goal is very simple, right? Like we just try to make an amazing game. Obviously, we take inspiration from this and that, right? And obviously, we want audiences from basically all of those things to be interested in Wicked, right? My hope is that players who play Diablo are gonna love Wicked, players who play Souls are gonna love Wicked, players who play Zelda are gonna love Wicked, right? And then now I also want to get the people who play roguelikes and the people who play farming games and that kind of stuff, right? And ultimately, after 1.0, I hope I'm also going to convert the people who play survival games because we're going to have something really sweet for them. So I don't necessarily think in that way where it's like, oh, we'll address the market of the, it's going to be 70% Souls players or something, because
I've interviewed Thomas on Town Portal 3 times now, so I just know the way he thinks. So like saying, hey, what portion of Wicked are you going after for the blasters, and how much does that overlap? And Thomas just gets this big smile on his face, basically like, I don't give a rat, never mind.
I think that like in general, games like No Rest or Souls like in general, where like the meaningful combat is actually meaningful, and you get to the point where when you die, it is almost always the case of it's your own fault for dying kind of thing, which creates the highest of highs, lowest of lows kind of feel. I'm also working on the Dark Souls because I haven't played all the Souls games before. I did Elden Ring and Night Rain. I'm working on Dark Souls 1 right now, so I see what you're saying, DM, with a horizontal exploration.
Best fucking
thing,
level
like,
design, by the way. Like Dark Souls 1 is still masterclass.
It's good. A couple of rage quits, and I'm halfway. I don't think I'm halfway through. I'm going to the cemetery next. We'll see how that goes. But
what's up, Fusion?
Yeah, it's been fun so far. But it's also for me as a gamer. I feel like I get to the point where like I have to be in the mood to play it, because the generic way that we normally play isometric ARPGs is, the blasting thing. We get to the creep point is very relaxing at that point, depending on the state of gear in the game you're playing. Whereas in No Rest, we're at a position where you have to actually, be engaged and actively thinking about what you're doing. Because if you're not actively playing the game, you're not going to have a good time. So it's quite the opposite on the spectrum there. I kind of like that. And in this latest update, you had the multiplayer stuff coming in. And like I said, I don't know what the difference is from the new update compared to what was before, since this was my first time playing. So I guess my question would be more about what is the next big stuff that you guys are introducing to the game?
Comfort system.
Like, what's the plan for your next patch, essentially?
House builds.
So with patch 1, we're basically just looking at all the feedback that we got, right? There's some obvious balance stuff that was kind of stupid that we didn't notice it immediately. So we're fixing that. Then we are also introducing new systems, right? We are doing a sneaky thing where we want to like support PvP, but only in a teasing way, right? Like, so there will be a dual mode where if you guys play together, right, you could literally just interact with the other person and offer them to duel, right? And then there's an arena that gets formed in that place where you did it, and now you're fighting there, right? And it's not going to be balanced or anything, right? It's not going to be competitive or any of that stuff, right? It's just going to be fun, right? But we will use that data and look at that stuff to kind of like, take that forward into the actual PvP modes that we have planned, into the arena and all of that stuff, right? So that's why we're doing it in a sneaky way. The other thing is, I finally want to bring in the comfort system. That's a system that I kind of like built over the holidays. And it's what that does is it's basically taking, the same thing that you have with character development, where you over the course of the game level up your character, right? Now here's a pretty clever system that kind of like looks at how interesting did you build your house, right? And then that feeds back into the rest of the game, meaning that it's actually analyzing what items you have placed in your house, how you've placed them, what the quality of those items was, how much variety you placed there, right? So you can't just kind of like put 50 times the same item in, and have that be a thing, right? Like, and have that kind of like up the rating, right? So it does a lot of kind of like tricky things, right? And it also adds multipliers, right? Like if you build this in this way, it adds a multiplier on top and so on. So now we'll see people kind of like leveling their house, but doing so by actually, you know, like set dressing the house, right? And decorating it and so on, right? And putting nice stuff in there. And then you get basically a bonus based on that. You get like your house gets a comfort grade. When you go to sleep, you now get a buff based on how comfortable your house is, right? And you know, that kind of thing. So that, you know, like we're doing more and more of this stuff where it's like, okay, it's not just about your character. It's also about building up the town. There's lots and lots of town upgrades that we're currently working on. And then there's stuff like this, right? The housing, the farming, and so on, right? So, but because ultimately we want the end game experience and so on to be something where it's just, oh, if I currently feel like I don't want to do this thing, oh my God, there's 12 other things you could do right now, right? So that you don't put the controller down or the keyboard down.
So what is the farming?
Funny that you.
Oh, sorry, go on, Gazi.
I was just gonna say that I think it's funny that you're doing that because like I got the house. And the first thing I'm thinking is, you know, this degenerate, you know, monkey style approach of looking at efficiency. I just put down the bench crafts and then a wall filled with storage.
Sure.
I would go in, do my little route, do this, click on these things for recrafting new materials, dump it all the stashes, and then I'm out again. So it just became this hub of storage rather than a house immersive approach to it. So I kind of like that. That's funny.
That'll play against you because the storage is not going to give you comfort value, right? Like we were kind of sneaky about that, where it's like, okay, if you're actually using your thing as a warehouse, it's not going to be very comfortable. So you will have to actually get into it to up that value.
During the podcast I had with Thomas, he said he expects build guides for your house. That is how in-depth it is.
And I was curious to hear a little bit of a teaser on what you got planned for the farming side of it.
Yeah, so we're currently kind of like, some people have already found this, right? Because we're always putting up these fucking invisible walls and like structures everywhere where it's like, we don't want you to go there yet, right? And then somebody finds out, oh, but you can climb this barrel. And then if you jump from that barrel to this other thing, and then you jump onto this roof, now you're suddenly outside of the thing that the developers absolutely put there so you can't get there, right? So we're expanding Sacrament in many ways, right? So, you know, on the outskirts of Sacrament, there will be farmhouses and so on. And then it is literally Stardew Valley, right? Like you will literally have, okay, here's your house. It also has some plot, right? And you need to till the ground with your hoe and you need to put seeds into the ground. Then you water it and so on. And it's completely optional, right? So most players will not have to do this. So guys, this is not something where it's like, oh, you have to cut the trees and farm the ore and so on, right? This is completely optional. But you can play the game that way if you want to, right? So, for example, if you have a spouse, like my wife, for example, she would be very interested in just playing that mode, right? And basically playing it like Stardew Valley and making $1 million fucking dollars just, you know, farming crops and doing that, right? And then I come home and I'm like, oh my God, we can get all these upgrades now because you did a really nice job on this, right? And then I feed into her stuff again because, hey, I found new seeds and new this and that, right? And now you can, you know, like I have this new tool for you and so on. So I want all of those systems kind of like to interconnect, right?
Somebody wrote,
and ultimately,
keep her busy.
Kind of like how Minecraft introduced a lot of these elements, right? Where it's just, hey, you can fucking farm in Minecraft and do all of this stuff. I think there's a lot of value in doing that. I actually really loved how Chris Wilson is fucking crazy, right? But because he sees every game as an ARPG, right?
Yeah.
And then he had this really interesting video where he basically broke down Minecraft and was like, this is a fucking ARPG, right?
Yeah.
and to something, like I had a hard time hearing his reasoning, right, to disagree with him. Like, yeah, in many ways, it's even more fucking hardcore than any Diablo or Path of Exile that you ever played.
Yeah, true. I'm kind of a side topic, but watching his YouTube channel, it's actually been hyper entertaining. You're watching all of his videos. Yes. I'm assuming, yeah, they're pretty.
Of course I am.
It's been great to watch the Chris Wilson YouTube arc was not on my bingo card. This is the going meme, but it's been very enjoyable. When it comes
I think
to
Chris Wilson is generally a very interesting.
Are we going to start a
person
realm
to
and
talk-
make tech
I had
farm?
the
Yeah, I've already got a
pleasure of
plan for
talking
it.
to him,
He'll
I think,
farm and make sure our
shortly before
stash is
Christmas and
full
so on,
with
right?
items,
I
and then we'll
just
just
wanted
go
to
out
get his
and
sense of like,
fight.
hey, how does he feel about No Rest for the Wicked and what we're doing and so on, right? And I very quickly got like I like he's obviously working on a new thing, right? And that's going to be very interesting to watch. But I think that man has one true love in life, right? And that's Diablo 2.
Yeah.
So I very much think that his new thing is very much going to
No.
be inspired probably by Diablo 2 again.
this,
On their website, they had when they were looking for hire, it said that you'd have to have a deep understanding of specifically Diablo 2. Like that's what it
Yes,
said
I'm
on the
not
website.
Yeah.
So I think you're right on that. You mentioned Endgame stuff. So again, my I've only had one proper experience with No Rest so far. I think it's
Here
really
we
good so
go.
far.
End game.
One of the I have a few complaints or feedback, criticism, if you will. One is fall damage, and the other part is endgame. To me, the endgame felt lackluster. It was very limited to what I could do. They had this indie game, the whatever it was called, the Crucible thing,
yeah.
and then you had like the whole the terrorizing zones.
There
I
isn't
think it was
really
pretty
much
cool.
of an end game yet, right? Like we are basically in this
Exactly.
early access where it's like, hey, we have half of the game, but we just did the
Yeah.
Crucible to like, hey, let's give people something so it's replayable, right?
That's how I perceived it as well, and that's what I've been telling chat and whatnot when I've been streaming it and been like, okay, but I mean, the game is far from done. You know, let them cook. Has been my opinion. So my question to it is, what is the idea? Like, what's your vision for the actual end game you guys will have when everything is said and done? And the follow-up question before you answer that: are we looking at the possibility of something like a live service, seasonal kind of gameplay approach? Or do you guys have another way of going about it when it comes to replayability?
I
for the
told
end
you
game?
guys. I
Yeah,
told
let me answer
you.
this question. So, in terms of like how I see the end game, right? It's not going to be surprising that I just want to squeeze the shit out of what we built here for the last almost 10 years or so, right? And do all the things that a traditional kind of like classic ARPG by now, right? Like couldn't do. Like do all the things that if you have that point and click system, you can't do it. And let's start with PvP. I think PvP for a lot of players is going to be the end game thing, right? Like we have a lot of players, a lot of devs in the team that played like 300, 400 hours of Dark Souls, right? And they didn't play it for the campaign. Or they just played 300, 400 hours just PvP in Dark Souls, right?
Yeah.
So they didn't even care that much about the campaign. They just wanted to compete, right? There's this interesting psychological study on video games, right? Of like, who are the player types and so on, right? And so there's this huge crowd that is just about competition, right? They want to have a better build than everybody else. And their satisfaction comes from, I just want to beat people, right? I just want to climb up that ladder. I just want to be better than everybody else. I want to be number one in the world, right? That kind of thing. Or at least in my area or something, right? So that's something. I was there at Blizzard, by the way, back then when Diablo 3 came out. And if you guys remember, Diablo 3, like there was always this thing of like, at some point we'll have PvP, right? And then there were even some BlizzCons. I don't know if you guys were there, but where people were able to play PvP, right? And in a controlled environment, that totally made sense, right? Because you, like, as a developer, you could set, no, this character only has these spells, only deals X damage, right? And, you know, like you can set up something even with the point and click stuff where it's like, yeah, this is a fairly decent experience. It's not horrible, right? But now imagine you have a fighting game, right? And those characters that you control are not controlled by the designers, but they're just systemically driven, right? And they already have like all these multipliers and crazy shit on them, right? And like A procs B and B procs C and C procs D, right? And now you're like, okay, I'm one-shotting literally every fucking thing, right? And now it's not fun anymore. Like you literally, I think I'm a pretty good designer. I would never, I don't trust myself to figure out how I would actually do PvP in a structure like that, right? It's just, I don't think it's possible. But with something like Wicked in many ways, like what Dark Souls and Monster Hunter and so are, and the way they're authored and the content is authored, right, is that, well, every attack is animation based. And that automatically basically turns it into a fighting game, right? Like that is exactly how Street Fighter is authored, right? If you have a high punch, like strong punch is this, right? And it has X amount of frames, right? And it's exactly the same thing that we are doing with Wicked, that From did with Souls, that Capcom did with Monster Hunter, and so on, right? And suddenly,
What? I like Monster
PvP
Hunter.
makes a lot more sense, right? Because now it's about spacing, it's about timing, it's about positioning, and so on, right? Those kind of things. And it's not about who can spam the fastest, right? So that's one thing. The other thing that we're doing is, well, there's a lot of modes that we're working on, right? So in the Crucible, what you have right now is the small little test that we did for like, hey, could a roguelike thing work in
My wife made
Wicked,
me a
right?
protein
And you basically
shake.
have these 10 rooms that you go through. They're randomized a little bit, so it's not always the same.
Bro.
And then you get to the end of it, right? And meanwhile, as you defeat enemies, you actually gain some, you gain traces,
No,
and with the traces, you buy boons, right? And those let you upgrade your character. And it's quite fun, but there's obviously a lot more depth that we can squeeze out of that, right? And a lot more, I think, that we can do there, right? Just to kind of get it to the same level as like a Hades or, any other roguelike that's out there. The next statue that you have there is basically a horde mode, right? Where we're doing our Vampire Survivors thing, which, by the way, we almost shipped even back then during the Crucible update. We had it almost ready, right? It's a wave-based thing, right? Where it's like, okay, now here's a gigantic arena, right? And there's just hordes of fucking enemies spawning, right? And you need to kill them. And while you're killing them, you also need to get boons, right? And then there's more spawning. And so you kind of like have to fight that, right? And then every X waves, there's a fucking boss spawning. And now, how long can you survive? That kind of thing. And it's a myriad of those things, right? The farming to me would be an endgame mode. The sanctuaries would be an endgame mode. This would be an endgame mode. The PvP is an endgame thing, right? And now the thing that we are working on, or how we structured our early access, right, is that obviously we wanted to do the most difficult thing first, which obviously is, let's prove out that the combat, the gameplay, all of that kind of stuff works, right? The really difficult shit that is hard to get right. And then the systemically on top, that was always planned for kind of like, hey, we'll do that after the fact, right? Like we'll do that on top of things once we kind of like figure it all out. But obviously kind of like once we released it, we were like, it would be nice for players to have at least a little bit of retention, a little bit of endgame there, right? So that's why we did Crucible. That's why with the Breach update, we also added the Pestilence mode, right? The plague system, where you can actually, oh my God, all these areas get infected and so on, right? That is also an endgame mode, basically.
Wicked is going to be so damn good in the future. It is going to be very special. Very special.
At that point in the development to kind of like add that yet.
It really
but
is.
That's what you will see there, right? Like we will want, obviously there's going to be progression to the Crucible, there's going to be progression to the Plague system and all of that, right? So that layer of depth of just here's the systemic layer where you could play a long as amount of time, and there's a carrot on the stick, right? And you have to do A in order to get a bunch of B. And then you have to use.
I like Darkhaven. We played it all day. Now we're watching a podcast for a little bit.
You get from C to access D and so on, right? So a lot of that stuff is basically what we're working through right now.
When you were talking about like adding in more mechanics, like you have the Crucible, for instance, and you mentioned like farming is an example of one of the ones I want to ask a question about. It's like, how do you feel about like decoupling other game modes outside of the concept of like fighting with your original character? Like farming is going to be independent, right, of your like combat character and the builds and all that you're doing. So how do you feel about adding stuff like, just as an example, like a tower defense mode that's like decoupled from the concept of your character exactly doing the fighting? Do you think that like it invalidates what you feel about like a sense of your character progression, or you think that you're open to those type of concepts in the game that's kind of fundamentally outside the scope of the linearness of the game?
You will see us doing a lot of
naked.
That very interesting stuff. You will see.
Okay. I'll take it as a teaser.
I like that answer.
All right. Let's see. Next
I don't want to give away the kitchen sink, right? We still need to. I usually say too much, and then the team gets a little bit like, Thomas, why did you again leak this, right?
Thomas told me
we obviously need
the
to keep
next
some
2
things back for like, hey, then we can decide we announced something and people are excited, right? So there's a lot of really cool shit that we're planning, and obviously the goal is like we will squeeze as much fun as possible out of that foundation that we built, because the foundation that we built, I think, is golden. I think we are a generation ahead of everybody else, and I'm saying that because I am pretty certain, just from a development perspective, and that's why I'm thinking like it will be very interesting to talk to all these folks, right? But I'm pretty certain, whether gamers like it or not, that if we see a Diablo 5 getting made or a Path of Exile 3 getting made, they will be inspired probably a lot by No Rest for the Wicked.
What about Last Epoch 2?
There's no other way anymore, right? Like you can't, like you already see the Path of Exile folks kind of getting stuck with Jonathan pushing for more tactile combat, right? And then the other guy going like, oh, no, just fucking, do PoE 1, right? And from a development perspective, you're running out of design space already, right? We've seen those modern ARPGs for 30 years now. The future is not going to be add more bells and whistles on top of it.
What do you think you're most, since you're talking about the concept of like being inspired from No Rest for the Wicked, if you had to put as your forefront, like here's our most inspirational quality that you think another company would look at to be inspired from, what is the one that you would predict the most?
Can you rephrase that? I'm not sure I
Yeah,
understand.
sure. Okay, so basically you're saying that you think like you guys are generations ahead. Other companies will look to you to be inspired from for further development of games, right? That's kind of what you're saying, unless I'm misunderstanding, just to make sure. Okay, so if that is the case, then what quality that you guys are providing do you believe is most thing they're going to be looking at when you're like, okay, this is the part of the game. Well, this is the part these other companies are going to be looking at and attempting.
Who's the
to
guy
mimic.
that's normally with Jonathan Rogers? Is that Mark?
Like you have to
Is it Mark?
take that step, right? Like even though they might not like it, and I mean, a lot of these older ARPG designers, right? They love their spreadsheets, right? But I think the expectation is different now, right? Like you can't. I mean, you will, right? Like they will always, and I hate, like if people send me all this stuff again, right? Because there's so many fans out there of the typical right now, like the playstyle that you have in Diablo and PoE 1 and PoE 2, and you guys probably agree with that, right? Is that playstyle is super fucking fun. There's nothing inherently wrong with it, right? And I'm sure there will be games that exist that still follow that thing. And I mean, Chris Wilson will probably do it, right? Like there will still be those kind of games, right? I'm just saying from a designer's perspective, we're running out of design space. You literally can't do that much more with that. You're seeing it in World of Warcraft, you're seeing it in Diablo, you're seeing it in Path of Exile, you're seeing it in Titan Quest, you're seeing it in Lost Ark, you're seeing it in all those games, right? Like it all becomes who can spam the fastest, right? Especially at Endgame. And so something's got to give, right? And so, like making that combat system more intricate and basing it on animations and adding all that sophistication to it is the thing that they will have to adapt.
I'm not saying, like, I don't think I disagree with you. I do think that another aspect that needs to be taken into consideration is power creep fantasy, like the power fantasy of ARPGs. Whether or not you like the meaningful tactical combat approach or not. Just like, for me, just like all of us, we're big ARPG fans. But part of what makes me very much enjoy the classical ARPG gameplay through is the power fantasy of it. I like the engagement of it. It's also one of those more chill, lean back kind of gameplay experiences. Whereas when I play No Rest for the Wicked, I would never play No Rest for the Wicked if I'm deciding that tonight I just want to lean back and chill and every time I have a good time and just do that. Unless I have a build that can do that in the game. But when I play No Rest for the Wicked, I'm enjoying it very much. But I'm also the kind of player that I have to be in the mood for it because I have to be actually paying attention, which also helps get me more immersed into the game, which is a good thing. But now the question really comes down to, what does the general player base want from the ARPG? Like, do they want that?
I completely hear you, right? I completely understand where you're getting at, right? Like, and I think what you're seeing is that based on some of the balance mishaps that we did, right? You can absolutely still design the game that way, even with an animation commit combat system. You can absolutely design a game like No Rest for the Wicked with a huge power creep fantasy, right? Where it's like, hey, you become a god and everything explodes and so on, right? The one thing doesn't change the other, right? It's just about design-wise, you want to have the design space there, right? Like you want to be able to do more sophisticated stuff. And with the old point and click thing, literally you can't, right? Like, and I don't know any designer who got it done, right? And if it would be possible, I think we would have seen it by now.
I think Gazi was getting back to like that's kind of where one of my other questions. Remember, I asked you like the Venn diagram of like the people that like this and the people like this, like how much of the percentage you're going. That's kind of the point. I think Gazi explained it better than myself. I was kind of getting towards. I was wondering like how much of the people really. What I'm saying is, do you feel like are looking for that style of combat versus the type of people that are like playing like the blasting mindless type of stuff? Because there is like, I feel like there's a pretty world apart. Like I feel similar to Gazi, where when I play one, like I really enjoyed my time playing the Rest for the Wicked, but it was very hard for me to like play that and then compare to something that almost feels like you guys are doing a completely, different genre. Whereas the part that I think the design space, I feel like the other ones are developing is more of the system side of it, which is why I get really curious on what your guys' plans are for systems, because I feel like a lot of times maybe it's combat's definitely part of it. The meaningful combat meme is not so prevalent in the blaster type of ARPGs, but they are very much more focused on like systems, crafting, design space in terms of build style. So what is your guys' plans for continuing the depth of build and systems? Are you guys going to keep doing anything under that regard you want to share today? I know you're reworking the class system, for an example.
Yeah, so we can talk about the class system. I have to be a little bit careful with kind of like sharing too many plans, right? Simply because of, hey, there's a lot of stuff where we want to excite players and announce new things and so on, right? But you will see us do a lot of things, obviously, with PoE. I would say, like
Derek,
right now, if you look
I'm going to DM you on Discord real quick.
If you compare, for example, and it's to some degree, it's a stupid comparison, right? Like if you have to, right? If you compare something like a PoE 2 against No Rest for the Wicked, well, one thing is a blasting game, the other thing is basically a Souls-like, right? But in terms of gameplay and the feel, like we are clearly smoking Path of Exile, like no, it's not even a question, right? In terms of systems, they're clearly smoking us. It's not even they have the whole Atlas and everything, right? And all of the Endgame, and it's built on 10 years of Path of Exile 1 and so on, right? Clearly we are not anywhere close to that yet, right? But that's just now, right? So that's basically where we have to, where we have to kind of like do quite some work, right? To kind of like match up with that. And that's the goal, right? That we ultimately want to kind of like create that forever game that, like you could spend 400, 500, 600, 1,000 hours in, right? And still enjoy your time in Wicked and so on. And that's actually a good segue to go over the class system, right? Because when we initially designed Wicked, we made the decision early on that we would just, it plays like a Souls-like, right? Because we have an animation commit combat system. We'll just do the traditional attribute system. So for decades, basically, we had, designers basically chose between two different things, right? You had a hard class system, which is what Diablo, Path of Exile, Titan Quest, blah, 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 right? All of them chose basically hard classes, right? Where you pick your class at the start, like, hey, I play a barbarian, or I play a mage, or I play a whatever, right? And then you are locked into that class, right? A lot of other games like a Fallout, Dark Souls, and so on, right? What all the Souls likes and so on, they always use an attribute system, right? Simply because those systems kind of like give you a little bit more freedom. But then there's inherent limitations and also huge problems with attribute systems where, it's to some degree, it's a bit of an illusion of choice there, right? Because you're like, if you look at how people play those games, right? Like they're often not spending any attribute points until they find a build guide, right? Like that says to them exactly like, hey, put X amount of points into health, put X amount of points into equip load, then a bunch of points into stamina, right? And they just basically follow that, right? And the problem is like, okay, so if you then have players that do not follow a build guide, right? They will just spend their points however, and then they screw themselves, right? And now as a designer, shit, I need to actually put a respec system into the game, right? And all of that kind of stuff. So with the class system, we're basically trying a new approach. And I've always, like for a long, long time, I've been a huge fan of Yasumi Matsuno and the games that he made, right? Like a huge fan of Ogre Battle, Tactics Ogre, Final Fantasy Tactics. I mean, if you just look at these games and from a design perspective, I'm like, that guy was clearly a genius. I can't fathom how the fuck you're able to pull that off in the early 90s and have systems as intricate as that, right? Like it's just wow, right? Like it's just I'm speechless. So the Final Fantasy Tactics system was really interesting. So Final Fantasy Tactics is a tactics RPG basically, right? Where you have all these various classes and all these classes have abilities and so on, right? And you can switch these classes, and there's a whole intricate thing to it, right? With like, oh, every time you actually hit an opponent, you get some job points, then you spend these job points to buy some attributes and so on. But ultimately, it's a system where you can master everything, right? And then the powerful thing, the extremely cool thing is you can mix and match, right? And that is the thing that I'm so in love with, right? Because usually what you see in hard class systems, the problem there is, like, we've all went through that stuff with, you know, the Diablo 2 and so on, right? Where it's like, hey, cool, I can play a paladin, right? But then basically every paladin kind of plays similarly, right? And then, yeah, you have a little bit of freedom, but that freedom has been given to you by the designers, right? Because they clearly intended for players to play a Hammerdin and to set it, and they set it up in a certain way, right? It's not, hey, some player came up with a Hammerdin build, and that is
everybody. For the first 4 hours of stream today, we were checking out the new demo for the ARPG Darkhaven. Then I heard Tavern Talk was having Thomas on. This is live, so we're just watching a little Wicked podcast.
Math works out is that you can probably come up with an unlimited amount of fucking things, right, that you want to become. And ultimately, what a good class system should do, in my opinion, is just, if the player has an RPG fantasy in his mind, right? Like, hey, I want to play a Grim Reaper, right? Even if there's no fucking Grim Reaper class in the game, right? There should be enough content and enough systemic depth there for you to be able to put that together, right? And for the game basically to support that vision, right? And because of the mix and match and so on stuff that you have there, right? I think that's what will be there. And then it will be interesting, right? Because then it's not, oh, I made a Hammerdin and it's exactly what the designers already laid out for me, right? But it's like, oh, I made a Grim Reaper and we haven't even designed for that, but fuck, you put all these things together and they work and they clearly synergize. Have at it, right? And, you know, I think we will see some really fucking cool builds and stuff coming out of that.
How do you feel about being able to balance all of that? Like, do you like the idea of people are going to, you know, be able to invalidate some of the combat experience by making some crazy things? Like, is that a key metric of success to you if that ends up happening?
Well, we're an ARPG, and by the way, let me answer one of the questions that Gazi had before. We're an ARPG, right? Like, I can already guarantee you, even after we did the PTR, even after we had a lot of people playtest and so on, by the time we ship 1.0, a lot of people will find some builds that are like, oh my God, this is OP, right? So we'll keep looking at it. We'll keep updating things, right? That's really the only thing that you can do, because you're dealing with a system where it's literally, well, we're giving you the power to do whatever you want. Let's see what, you know, what people come up with, right? And if we really see something that kind of like breaks the rules, well, we're in charge of the rules, right? So we'll see. And the thing that got regarding seasonal and content stuff and so on, right? I am a little bit worried about that direction that was taken, because I'm a gamer at heart, and I think a lot of times what I'm seeing these days is this whole microtransaction horseshit and so on, right? It's already infected a lot of games that could have been forever games, right? To a degree where it's like, well, they're fucking dead, right? This doesn't work, right? Like, even Diablo, like, I would love to know what Dave Brevik thinks about, there's a fucking $65 horse skin in Diablo, right? Like, it's just ludicrous, right? Like, if that's so uncool, right? That's so not metal anymore, right? That's such a lame pussy-ass move, right? That you just have, here's this pink horse that you can buy in a Diablo game for $65. It's just insanity to me. And even after everything that we've seen in ARPGs, right? Where it's like, hey, here's the Diablo auction house. What have we learned from that, right? Like, let's just sit back for a second. What have we learned from the fucking Diablo auction house, right? It is clearly that if you give players a chance or a way to pay for something so that they don't have to play anymore, you basically don't have to fucking play the game anymore, right? It's not fun. And so the other problem that you always see is that if one of your revenue pillars is MTX, you have to somehow make people want those MTX, right? How do you do that? by making all the other stuff look like fucking horseshit, right? And it's just, okay, now I'm back to why would I play more of this stuff where you give me fucking horseshit when really the good stuff is over here where I have to flash my credit card, right? So I think fundamentally, if you look at ARPGs, like with some other games, this stuff actually works quite a lot better, right? I would argue like with fighting games, for example, where you put in a character and it's behind a paywall, right? That you kind of like do it like that. I could kind of see that because that's almost like an expansion pack, right? But with an ARPG where it's about loot and you getting cool stuff and so on, right? It's just, it corrupts the game. So my thinking is pretty simple, right? Like a lot of times I'm advocating for, let's just do the old school thing, right? Like why do we have to reinvent the wheel here, right? Like, so, I mean, you just saw From Software releasing Shadow of the Erdtree and making literally hundreds of millions of dollars on a fucking expansion, right? It's probably a lot more than Grinding Gear ever made from any expansion, right? Like, or from any of their patches, right? Why don't we just use that system, right? Where we work on updates. There's a huge expansion always looming, right? And we'll make sure that huge expansion kind of like has a lot of players that buy it and so on, right? And we make it hugely enticing and so on, right? And that will basically get us our war chest so that we can keep updating the game and can keep going crazy throughout the year and so on, and add more systems and add more crazy stuff, right? And that's basically it, right? It's a really simple formula. We'll basically just do it through expansion packs and so on. And that way we don't have to corrupt the fucking game, right? Because again, I also want to have some humility there and say that I don't know how to design an ARPG with that stuff and open that Pandora's box, because it is a Pandora's box. Like once you open...
Dude, I love this. Thomas is talking 95% of the time.
If I don't have the CCUs, then, you know, players will not buy all the MTX stuff, right? And then, you know, we don't make enough money kind of like to fund development and so on, right? It's nasty. So I really just want to kind of like educate players on like a fair system where it's like, guys, you're going to get really high quality from us all the time, right? We're going to update the game. Every now and then there's a huge expansion that funds everything else. I think that's fair so that players understand, hey, we're paying basically for their work and we really enjoy their fucking work, right? And that's it. There's no nasty, you know, dark pattern bullshit there.
So speaking of funding, and you have giant ambitions for the game. You want it to be a phenomenal game, obviously. Yep. And that's going to require a phenomenal amount of work as well. And you guys are doing things like the sales. You did the sale 40% off. You said that hurt a little bit. Are you guys able to keep up revenue and sustaining? Like how is that?
1.5 million copies sold.
I mean, look, we just released the Together update, which was just a patch in early access, right? Like we're still in early access. And we had days where we made more money than we need to fund the studio for a full month, right? So we are fine. We'll be doing okay. And then once you look at, hey, we also will release No Rest for the Wicked as 1.0 at some point, right? And then also on consoles and so on. We're just a team that's made out of like 80, 90 people, right? We'll have more than enough of a war chest to keep going for a long time.
Yeah, you have to excuse me having to ask, because we've seen, you know, other notable games in the genre have to like sell their entire company basically in order to be able to like sustain the ARPG.
What game is he talking about?
For the consumers.
We've always been quite lucky with how our games have done, right? Like, so even back from the Ori days, right? Like the Ori series has sold 15 million copies.
Look, Derek's
obviously,
laughing.
We had to spend quite a bit of that money on buying back the rights for No Rest for the Wicked, because when that whole private edition thing happened, right? It was like, well, either you do that or we're basically done, right? And so, but yeah, I mean, we are now, again, because we are keeping the costs reasonable, we've never done that Ubisoft thing, right? Where it's like, oh, now we need to have 1,000 developers, right? We've always kind of, like, I always kept this John Carmack thing in mind, right? Where, I don't know how old you guys are, but
35.
Back in the, okay. So back in the, yeah, so you guys are a little bit young for that. But back in the kind of like mid-90s, late 90s, right? John Carmack and his team at id, right, were at the top of the fucking industry, right? And
I know I'm a little creator compared to these guys. I gotta be am I the oldest ARPG guy? Am I like, is there anyone older? I'm 40.
And they were always incredibly, just an incredibly small team. And in many ways, by the way, Valve is still the same way, right? Like I know what they're currently working on and know how many people are working on that. And it's less people than actually working on Wicked right now, right? And I think there's real power in working, like in keeping your team small and keeping your costs overseeable, right? So that you don't fall into this thing of like, oh my God, our costs are so high. We have to somehow be super risk averse, right? And do microtransactions and try to look for profit everywhere because our costs are just unsustainable, right? So, and we don't really have any plans to kind of like explode or grow beyond that number, you know.
When you guys are, sorry, I wanted to follow up on that because you're talking about a thing I'm curious about here. So when you have a small team like that, and you're like, small team of good men, right? Like when you got that group, do you ever worry about like key man factor issues where it's like, okay, well, we have this guy that's really, really important. If he gets hit by a bus, we're fucked. Like at what point is your team being too small, like you start to get concerned about that?
I mean, as you might imagine, right? Like we've been doing this Moon Studios existed since 2009, 2010, right? So that has happened to us before, right? Like we had this crazy, like there was this genius programmer that we had in the team.
But how many ARPG streamers has a wife, 4 kids, and the oldest kid is 20?
Like he was literally offered like, oh my God, you get like $30,000 a month if you join that studio, right? And he said yes. And we were like, oh, fuck, what do we do now, right? But I think there's always been a core group of people at Moon that just love what we're doing, right? And we are already in such a lucky position that we are able to make the games that we love.
I've got to be the only one.
Because we make games that we love, usually they get accepted by the audience that then fund us. And then we get to keep going, right? And so, I think that core group of people just holds everything together. And that's what I want to be really aware of, right? Because I remember there was an interview a couple of years ago with David Brevik where he was asked what his biggest regret was or something, right, from the Blizzard North days. And he was saying that he didn't fully appreciate how magical that team was, right? Like that Blizzard North team back then, I mean, if you would have kept them together, right, and would have kept them happy and everybody understood that, hey, you're also working into your own bank account, right? You're not just a salary person, right? But you keep that team super happy. They would have created amazing things, right? And, oftentimes it doesn't work out like that in the industry, right? Like oftentimes it becomes very corporate and then some people get promoted that shouldn't have been promoted, right? And it doesn't become about, it isn't a meritocracy anymore, but it's something else. And then those teams fall apart, right? But I see Moon almost like the Beatles or something, right? Like a successful band, right? And those band members have to kind of like stick together. Because if John Lennon leaves the fucking Beatles, then yeah, you have a problem.
It's funny that you mentioned that because I feel like some of the stuff you're saying reassures me that this is going to have a pretty bright future. When we're comparing things like when it comes to the marketing aspect, we've seen this happen on other companies quite often throughout the past 2-3 decades. But most closest to us right now, time-wise, would probably be how WoW, for example, is getting Disney-fied and all those things. It's all going into the marketing term at TMA. Atrocious. Yeah, like the TMA of it, right? And for those of you who are watching, don't know, it's a total marketing approach. Essentially, just making sure that the game is designed to be as approachable and attractive as possible for as broad of an audience as possible, rather than putting players first, which is kind of...
What I'm trying to say is that, yes, I'm an older ARPG streamer, but, I'm distinguished. That's not the right word. You know what I mean.
Right, but there's this from 2000, whatever, mid-2000s.
Medic gets it.
Till 2010 or so, right? We had this whole thing where games became easier and easier and easier and more dumbed down, right?
Yeah, you're a grown-up. Yeah,
it ended with fucking Prince of Persia 2008 or something, right? Where it's like, oh, I can't die anymore, right? Like, because fucking hey, if you die, there's this lady pulling you up, right? Because dying is a bad feeling and so on, right? It's fuck that, right? And then Hidetaka Miyazaki came along, right? Was like, I'm gonna make you bitches fucking die all the time with Dark Souls, right? And everybody loved it, right? And everybody was like, Jesus Christ, here's finally a game that challenges me again, right? It's, and it takes skill, right? And actually have to learn it, and it's not a solved game immediately, right? And it's, it actually takes, brains and so on. And there was this thinking, in order to make the game approachable and to reach a huge audience, that you have to dumb it down. Meanwhile, what we were talking about at Blizzard, right, was that how is League of Legends or any of this stuff dumbed down? It's a fucking hardcore, like everybody's playing it, right? Like there was a MOBA craze back then, right? They were so fucking sophisticated. Like, sit your grandma down with League of Legends and she's gonna murder you, right? Like they're not like a lot of these games that are hyper successful, right, have never been the games that are just fucking casual, right? And I think,
but look
like
at
that interview that we saw recently, right, where it's like, oh my god, I wanna have kids play World of Warcraft and so on. It's just good luck with that, because we've seen that fucking story before, and it's not gonna end well for you. Like people play Blizzard games because of that fucking Blizzard vibe.
Don't hate on
Megabomb, right? And I don't even get it from how Chris Metzen can, like, Chris Metzen was there from the beginning, right? And then he's like, yeah, let's fucking Disneyfy everything. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. Like, I don't understand
the corporate approach to it as well, right? I mean, obviously that plays a factor. When the bigger the corporate, the more corporafied the development becomes. It seems to be the ongoing trend in the industry in the last couple of decades, right? But at the same time, people also praise
how's
Blizzard
that going,
North. People
right? How
praise
are all AAA games doing these days?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you're not wrong in that statement. I'm just saying. I mean, that's part of like why Blizzard North was praised so highly, and the same thing why the original classic team for World of Warcraft has been praised so highly. And nowadays it's it's the take people have on AAA companies is. It's just people are saying it's easier to sell copies if you're not AAA.
They asked them about live service.
To understand how fucking stupid all of this is, right? If you just take a simple analogy, right? Like in the early 90s, right? Grunge was all the rage, right? With Nirvana and so on, right? And imagine you would have used that strategy, right? Hey, Nirvana, Nevermind was a great album. You know how we sell even more copies? Will now turn you into fucking, I don't know, the Backstreet Boys, right? Like, how fucking stupid would that be, right? And that's literally the approach that they're taking with Blizzard, right? Where it's just, oh, it should be Disney now, right? When it's like, none of your fucking history was built on Warcraft, StarCraft, or Diablo being Disney. Like, are you insane? Like, that's crazy. Just, you have a fan base that loves you and loves what you built. Why are you feeding them mashed potatoes when they want vanilla ice, right? It's just, it doesn't make any sense.
I read a tweet recently where I saw them talking about World of Warcraft specifically, and they had these test groups and polls and whatnot, and people were very much frowning upon the name Warcraft to be part of the title, and they decided against it. They just went with it anyways, and look at it now. But I mean, that's how things were decided back then, but it's 2 decades
horrible
ago
name
now.
Like they had 15 million subscribers a month in the past, right? Horrible name, like really, really bad name. How could it ever be successful?
It's too aggressive.
Yeah.
All right, I got a question for you. So since we're a little bit into like kind of talking AAA and
are we even talking about Wicked anymore?
I'm curious about your take, Thomas. So you know the whole high guard thing that happened. You follow the whole high guard situation by any chance?
I did, yeah. It's fun.
I ended up playing that, and I thought the game was like, all right. Not amazing, but all right. But I did read the guy's post where he was kind of like, the game was decided in seconds after the response. No one even gave it a chance. And he was kind of like throwing it back on the gamers, basically, as opposed to the game. Like, what's your take on that? Not necessarily like Highguard itself, but like the concept of, are gamers really toxic and not giving games a chance? Like, do you think that's a real thing? Or do you think it's more so like, every now and then the game has a high bar they have to actually pass to get a chance?
Doug, just look at what happened to us, right? Like, we are a perfect example here, right? Like, ultimately, it's about the quality of the game, right? And what you have seen with us, for example, right, is that we released the Breach update, and we got ass whipped by the community simply because our balance wasn't right? And they let us know. And it's not fucking fun to hear that, right? To hear we worked on this thing for like half a year, right? Like just the update for that, right? And then we released it, right? And obviously you're hoping, oh my God, people are gonna love it, right? And in that case, they didn't. And it didn't take us that long, right? Because we have a good foundation. Like, it took us a week or so to kind of like rebalance it, right? To change some of the stuff that we screwed up in the last couple weeks or so before launch. But it wasn't fun. Like, we were, bombarded with negative reviews and so on, right? Because people were just incensed about how difficult the game was and all of that. And then we fixed it, right? But what you can't do is go and play your fucking audience, right? If they don't enjoy it, they don't enjoy it. You're not in charge of what they enjoy or not, right? And with Highguard, what you saw is that they had phenomenal numbers. Like, that Jeff Keighley thing really did his thing, right? Like, he put it onto that stage, he got the word out there, and then there were 100,000 people playing the game, right? But if you have 100,000 people actually playing the game, and then a week later you have like 1,000 people playing the game, sorry, that just means that your game isn't exceptional, right? And the problem that you have as a developer is that if you make a fucking hero shooter, you better buckle up, because that hero shooter has to compete with everything that is out there, and it has to be of extremely high quality. It has to compete with all the other first-person shooters that are out there, right? Yeah. And you're basically competing for time, right? Like, do you have, and Sean Layden talked about this in a really clever way. I saw a tweet there where he was like, a clip where he said that, right? Where it's like, it's really hard to kind of like make that proposition where you already have people playing Overwatch and Apex Legends and Fortnite and so on, right? And that you then come in with, oh, by the way, we have this other game, and you now will not play Fortnite anymore, right? You're now playing Highguard, right? Or, hey, I'm not playing Overwatch anymore, or whatever, right? I'm playing Highguard, right? And so if your game is not on that level, good luck, right? Like, it's really, really difficult. And again, it's also something that we've seen before, right? When World of Warcraft came out, what did we see? The typical thing that always happens, right? Where it's like every fucking studio out there started making MMORPGs because everybody wanted that Blizzard money, right? And how many of those MMORPGs survived? Barely any, right? Yeah. Simply because they weren't as good as World of Warcraft, right? It wasn't malice. It wasn't malice back then, right? It was just, sorry, that game that you made is just not really as good as World of Warcraft. And if I could play World of Warcraft,
I was a Galaxies
and the
guy.
other, like, World of Warcraft is better, I'm gonna play World of Warcraft,
I mean, but there's other things to add to that, though. I do want to chime in on that. I feel like MMOs is very different compared to most genres in the game, really, in the world, because like the largest portion of why you're enjoying an MMO game is the social aspect of it. And Blizzard's got that marketing money. Because I remember when I was a kid, I took the bus to school. On the bus, talked about WoW. Before class, talked about WoW. During class, talked about WoW. Skipped class to talk about WoW. Take the bus home, talk about WoW. Log in, play the game, and talk about WoW. It was all about those things, right? And as soon as other MMO came out, I had a few friends who played like Guild Wars and stuff like that. They had their own little clique of people. They talked about Guild Wars instead. And that's what made it fun for them. But it wasn't enough players. And then that when other companies comes in to make these, rip-offs or copies or whatever, they didn't have that player base. They didn't have that large aspect of the social part of it that made that game survive the droughts and all those things and keep building on it. So I think that's partially why WoW is like one of those most talked about MMO games out there, because it had the player base to survive the down times. I mean, hell, WoW went through Warlords of Draenor and it's still around. I mean, that's just a prime example of it. So, I mean, I think that it's very different when it comes to that because of the social aspect, having such an insane impact on longevity and replayability and just the habit of logging into the same old game after 10 years of playing it on and on and on, compared to other games that don't have that same pressure of the social aspect.
Yeah, but ultimately it's always the same thing, right? Ultimately, you just look at the market, and like, this is why I'm always kind of like pushing for this thing of like, hey, I want to push the genre forward, right? It's not enough to just make another good one of those games, right? So like even with No Rest for the Wicked, right? I think we would have failed if we would have done yet another Diablo-like, right? Simply because, shit, there's already Diablo out there, right? And Blizzard will spend a ton of money on this and like already knows a lot of this stuff. And there's grinding gear games out there who has even been fucking killing Blizzard in many ways, right? So what's the chance that our smallish studio could survive against that if we do the exact same thing, right? Not very high. So don't do the same exact thing, you know? If you don't like the
But what
conversation,
about
change the
11th
fucking
hour
conversation,
games?
right? I'm not going to go out there and fight a battle that I probably can't win, right? So you have to give people a different experience. You have to give them something else. I remember reading an interview by the Blizzard folks back then, by the Blizzard designers back then, and I also discussed this with Kevin Jordan a little bit, that even back then when World of Warcraft came out, right, the whole thing was, well, the next World of Warcraft is not going to be a game that is like World of Warcraft. It's going to be a game that plays completely differently, that gives you a unique new way of enjoying an MMORPG or something, right? Because, you know, even there's a reason why Blizzard never made a World of Warcraft 2, right? That's also something that was discussed.
And your last one thinking about EHG and LE?
Now you're
No,
competing
there's
against
others.
yourself, right? There's a reason why there's no Minecraft 2, right?
Few
because
of us.
It's hard to fucking make a game that, you know, once you have that level of content and that level of depth and so on, right? It's extremely hard to kind of like follow up on that, right? If you made fucking Thriller, good luck, you know, writing your next album and making that as successful as that, right? It's difficult.
You're talking about moving the genre forward, and you mentioned in the beginning of this chat that there was a chat coming up with, like, in the ARPG scene, if I heard you correctly. Like, what are the topics you are hoping that come up for the genre as a whole that you think are important to be discussed?
Yeah. I would just love to know from everybody where they see the future of ARPGs, where that is, right? Like, what are the things that we as designers can generally still do to really push the genre forward, right? And also push it into the right direction in terms of business and industry and so on, right? But I really want to see what it is. Obviously, kind of like I made my stance pretty clear already where I think things are going, right? And history will decide if I was right or not, right?
Yeah.
But we'll see, right? And I would love to know where their heads are, right? So where is a Diablo 5 heading? Where is a Path of Exile 3 heading, right? What is there that we can still do, right? Like, what are the things that are super exciting, right? Like, what is our Mario 64 moment in that genre, right? Where can things still head? Because a lot of the things that, like, a lot of the reason why The Rest of the Wicked exists, right, is because I was so frustrated with the genre having become stale. And we're kind of like always getting super excited about, oh, here's another little change on this and on that, right? And it makes me play the game a little bit differently, right? But every now and then, and I tweeted about this, right? Every now and then we need the big step forward. We need that, you know, like, okay, this plays differently, right? Or here we're trying something really new.
Last
right?
Epoch,
and
season
then that
4.
becomes the new
Push
standard,
the genre
right?
forward.
And so I want to have that discussion, right? Like, what is that going to be? What is that ultimate game that we all dreaming of right now that we could probably only do in like 5 years, 10 years, whatever.
Stop.
Right?
What?
You know, that's what I'm really interested in.
Do you have other, you know, heads of ARPGs you talk to? You guys learn from each other?
Guys,
like, what's
come
the
on.
communication like?
Come on. Barkley.
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, I already said kind of like, hey, I talked to Chris Wilson before, but we don't really, I mean, they're competitors to some degree, right? I would love to talk to Hidetaka Miyazaki on like, hey, and pick his brains on Souls and so on, right? Because I think the industry owes him a lot. And I think, again, like, I think that guy is a genius. But no, not really, right? Every now and then you see people at like trade shows and events and so on, right? And get to have a couple beers with them and so on, right? But yeah, every now and then it's interesting to kind of like have these conversations. But obviously everybody is usually kind of like fairly tight-lipped on where things are going because of NDAs and everything, right? But I'm hoping that we can all kind of like have a conversation, and would be fun even to have that with streamers and so on, right? Like, let's just ask that question, right? Because I think it's a fascinating question. where do you guys see the ARPG going in, like, let's say 10 years, right? What are the things
At least
that the
starting new
genre
standard for
could still
seasonal
do
content once a year. Very
that
funny.
would make you guys super excited about the future of ARPGs?
I know the one that comes to my head instantly is clear for me. It's the social aspect. I'm right there with Ghazi, which is like the reason, like MMOs were my main game, to give you an idea. Like that's my favorite genre of all time. It's where I have most of my hours. It's what I still play the most. Even though I cover ARPGs the most, I play a shitload of MMOs. RuneScape's my favorite game of all time. This whole room is just covered in RuneScape shit, right? And so I'm an absolute fan of that. But I think one of the coolest things, I'll just say Path of Exile 2, for instance. So when I go into town, I look around and there's like other players there. Like, be like, oh, here, I hear what you're saying about the cosmetic side of it, because you look and be like, oh, that guy has that item. It's an important thing for me in MMOs in particular. I can be like, that guy has that weapon, that guy has those shoulders, whatever. Like, ah, shit, fuck him, he got the item I wanted. I think stuff like that's pretty important too. So from a social aspect, I feel like the ARPGs aren't really there because the social part of it is more in economics and economic PvP against the other people, as opposed to, interactions, gameplay, moments, events, stuff like that. I think Diablo 4 tried and failed to accomplish this same concept of having a more, vivid world that is actual living. So I would really like to see that portion of it be moved forward in particular, but maybe Ghazi has a different answer.
No, I mean, I'm very much stuck in like the old school way of isometric ARPGs, like D2, like that's what I grew up playing. Like, but I'm also in the category of MMOs. But I don't know. I like having the games I engage with to be fundamentally separated. I don't want to have too much influence between one another to blend them into having one be all and end all kind of game. Like I used to play professionally in Dota 2 before I started streaming. I played MMO games. Like you play RuneScape. I still to this day play Tibia. Both games are inspired by Ultima Online, like godfathers of MMOs in my opinion. Like they're absolutely fantastic.
Galaxies.
Did you play Ultima Online, Ghazi?
Am I the only one that played Galaxies?
No, I went straight into Tibia.
Nobody?
Like I was wee little baby back then. So I went into Tibia. This was like 1997. RuneScape came out 98.
You played?
First half year of 98. Well, I mean the early playable state of it. Well, either way, it's like and then World of Warcraft came later on, and that's when we all hooked onto it because we were also exposed to the massive marketing of Blizzard, right? But I mean, to develop the game to the next stage, like for me, I'm very much enjoying No Rest because it's different. But I don't want to have the same gameplay experience I have when I'm playing PoE.
We just became best friends.
No Rest. I want those two separated. And when I'm in the mood for No Rest, I would very much prefer to play No Rest. And when I'm not in the mood for that, I definitely would always go to playing something power creep fantasy like Path of Exile, because it's more lean back kind of approach, right? But I'm not immersed in PoE. I'll tell you that. I don't care about the lore. I don't care about those things when I play No Rest, because of the gameplay experience and the fact that I have to focus on my gameplay forces me into a situation where I'm, no matter if I care about it or not, I am immersed into the game, and that creates its own enjoyment. I don't ever get that with PoE. I still don't know to this day after 12 years of playing it. I don't know why we're killing piety 50 times. It's 12 years now. I still don't know. It's like, I go through the lore. No Rest. I played it in 3 streams. More than that. I played off stream, so I had a lot of fun. So I played through it.
What is fascinating though, with what you said is that in many ways I feel like that experience that we had 30 years ago, like playing Ultima Online for the first time, right? It is exactly what Dark, for example, what his ultimate thing is, right? In many ways, it 100%. Is that, right? Because it was this, here's a Wild West fucking MMORPG, right? They didn't know all the stuff yet, right? They just basically put this thing together where it's like, where it did all the fucking things that would be absolutely crazy, where a publisher would show you the door today if you would pitch something like that, right? Where it's just, oh, by the way, like, hey, you come to town and you could absolutely murder everybody, right? And all of this stuff. And it's totally social. And like, oh my God, there were clans where we are just waiting in the forest for newbies to come out, and then we ganked them, right? And there were no guardrails and no nothing, right? And it was such a crazy experience to play Ultima Online back then that you don't have that experience anymore. That does not exist in this current landscape at all in any way, right? Simply because EverQuest came out. EverQuest was a bit more streamlined, right? And was also not as complex as Ultima Online because it was 3D, and 3D was hard back then, right? And then World of Warcraft came out. World of Warcraft was basically EverQuest, even more streamlined, even more approachable, right? And with the really addictive kind of like Blizzard design, right? And then that took over, right? But it also had all the limitations from 3D and so on. So we're only now kind of like getting into the state where it's like, hey, we can do a lot of these crazy things back then that were tried 30 years ago that you wouldn't do in a game these days, right? Simply because, it would only attract a kind of like niche audience, right? But that stuff, like there's a lot of that stuff. And I mean, Kevin Jordan that we have in the team, right, was one of the designers at World of Warcraft and played a ton of EverQuest and played a ton of Ultima Online. And, like that, it's very interesting that we can only now start kind of like get back to doing some of that crazy shit again. So that stuff is really interesting to me, right? And I mean, there's a reason why we approached No Rest for the Wicked's multiplayer the way we did, because we saw what was tried with Diablo 4 and Path of Exile and so on. I think to some degree that didn't quite work out, right? Like in Path of Exile or Diablo 4, I'm not getting that feeling that you get in an MMORPG, right? I don't give a fuck about the people that I see roaming around there, right? I don't. That stupid fucking event, right? Where I'm like, oh, here's a big boss spawning, and now 50 people shoot fireballs at it, right? I don't give a fuck who these 50 people are. I will never trade with them. I will never talk to them, right? Like they're gone the moment that battle is over. And so that clearly doesn't work, right? So, and then with No Rest for the Wicked, we basically took a different approach. We were like,
fireballs.
I don't want to play with these randoms. I don't give a fuck about these randoms, right? But I would want to have an experience where I really care about the people that I play with, right? And that's why we approached it that way. Where it's like, no, it's going to be locked down and it's going to be a game that you play, at least for now, right? That you play with people that you care about, and we're going to make all the kind of like persistent realm stuff as easy as humanly possible, right? Because we don't want you to have to grab a fucking Windows machine that you have to put in your closet somewhere, right? And now that acts as your server, because frankly, how many people are actually doing that, right? Like there was support in Valheim,
I'll say it again, I love Thomas.
How many people are actually doing that, right?
He gets a lot of crap online for speaking his mind.
It worked brilliantly, right? I think the co-op experience in Wicked is really like interesting because it does all those things, because it's so fucking different from what you usually have, right? Because you do have these moments where it's like, hey, I get up in the morning and I see what my buddies did, right? And now I'm really glad because they already farmed a bunch of these materials that I needed and so on, right? And there's still a lot I think that we can do there that are really, really interesting. So for example, I always wanted to bring in this thing where it's like, I want to be able to kind of like build a bar in Wicked, right? And become the tavern guy in Wicked, right? Where I'm like, okay, I'm buying a house and then I'm just putting all this really cool stuff there, right? And I'm putting these barrels in there and I fill the barrels with grapes and that becomes wine. And then when I interact with the barrels, I can set the prices, right? On like, hey, it would cost X much to use my barrel. And then the next guy goes to it. And actually for them, it's basically a vendor window, right? So if you want to buy my wine, you have to go up to my barrels and that kind of thing, right? There's a lot that we can do there. If you want to build an armory, same thing, right? Like you could, buy a house, build
is
like
Wicked
some
free to play? No, it's not a live service game.
And armor racks, right? Armor displays
with
and
no
so on, right? And
cosmetics.
Then just have, hey, I'm selling this, right? And that kind of thing. And I want to build this world that really feels lived in, right? That really feels like it's acting to its own rules, and fuck you have to kind of like deal with the rules that the world has, right?
Darkhaven is just a playtest
build
demo.
That into something where it's just, hey, it feels comfortable to live in it.
Kickstarter.
But still, I'm not gonna turn it into a game where it's, like a Diablo or like a Path of Exile, right? Where it's like, no, if you go out there, I want the combat to be fucking meaningful, right? So, but there will be lots of experience, I think, but it will just enable people that are into other stuff to also enjoy the game that way, right? Like I want my wife, who would actually play Animal Crossing, right, to get a kick out of No Rest for the Wicked, out of playing it with me. And that doesn't actually, interestingly, mean that it has to be more casual, right? It actually means, no, it just has to have a lot more depth.
You say, you're obviously a huge fan of Dark Souls. I mean, it comes across bluntly in the game and in the conversation, and you say you want to be able to remember and care about the people that you play with. Is there a world in which you like the concept of invasions or blue invasion? You know, is there any world in which you like that concept in No Rest as well, or you think these are just like, it's a fundamental mechanic that doesn't work very well in the game?
Well, obviously we had a lot of discussions about this stuff, right? I do think a lot of that stuff works really nicely in Dark Souls, but it's this thing where it's like one half of the player base loves it, the other half of the player base doesn't, right? It's the same thing as World of Warcraft back then, right? Not everybody played on a PvP realm, right? If you were a little bit, I don't know, touchy, right? Then you probably worked like played on a PvE server, right? And I think like you just have to give players the option to play the game the way they want. I talked about realm modifiers before, right? There's a lot of things that I find really interesting as a designer, right? Where I'm like, I would love to play the game that way. Corpse runs, for example, right? I would want the death, for me, for my personal experience, right? I want death to be more punished, right? And corpse runs are a really interesting kind of like way to get there, right? But I know that, well, corpse run mechanics are, you know, like I just put the thing out there on Discord, for example, right? And a lot of our player base immediately went like, what the fuck? No, I don't want a corpse run mechanic, right? But I would enjoy it. And so I think ultimately what you'll see from us is that we'll just give you those options to customize the realms the way you want to, right? And to how your group enjoys playing. And again, like that is something that we've seen before, right? Like if you were into GoldenEye or Halo or any of these games before, right? I always played Halo with like License to Kill on, right? Because the game was frankly, I think, a lot better if it was like, okay, one shot and you're dead, right? And because it was thrilling, right? Like you actually had to have really good aim and so on, right? And it was really thrilling, right? But that's not the kind of mode that you would have set to default back then. But that's fine, right? But if you give players the option, I think a lot of players, like there will be lots of these niches, right? Of people playing it this way and others play it that way, right? And, you know, I think there's something really interesting there.
Okay, so speaking of corpses and additional game modes, this is my segue to talking about hardcore for a moment here. So our hardcore experience, I played with Karn, we were really enjoying it. And what do you know, we're 6 hours in, Karn jumps off the ledge. There it goes. Okay. Then me, you were actually in the chat, by the way, Thomas, and I was swimming to the left, and you're like, hey, the exit's the left. I go left. Obviously, I went to the wrong left, and I drowned from swimming. And that was death number 2. So my question for you is, any thought about maybe something in like hardcore mode when you're walking like towards an edge, you have to click like the A button or something to actually jump off? Or have you thought about maybe some adjustments for fall damage in hardcore or drowning, like things of this nature? Because it kind of makes it a little weird when you die in that way in hardcore, right?
I think the actual design solve, like obviously these kind of like experiences where you fell down in a stupid way, right? Like if it was actually a bug or something, right? That should not happen. That's something that we just have to clean up, right? But the actual design solve here isn't necessarily let's nerf fall damage and let's make sure that, hey, you never fucking die from these moments, right? I think there's quite some things that we can do there to make hardcore interesting. And I think a lot of that is also rooted in how games used to work. And they don't anymore.
The more I've played now, the more I don't want them to nerf fall damage.
Definitely like have some ideas on like how hardcore mode could be done and what could be really interesting there, right? So yeah, we'll definitely still do quite a bit of work on hardcore mode.
All right, we have figure we're getting towards the end of your time here, about an hour and a half in or so. So I figure maybe we go through some of like the chat questions and some of the ones. You're good?
Yeah.
All right, cool. I didn't want to take
Yeah,
all
I'm good.
your whole day. We have a few chat questions. We have a few other topics just related to like balance related things and some more game mechanic stuff we didn't really get into. Some state of the game type stuff. So how do you feel about the state of ranged versus melee balance was one of the common questions I had seen in the chat. Do you feel like range is OP or what's your take?
It is a little bit OP right now, yes. And it always will be to some degree, right? So You always have the problem as a designer. By the way, the same exact thing is true in Dark Souls, right? You can totally it's always been the thing, right? Like if you want an easy mode in Dark Souls, you play the mage class, right? And to some degree, that's also true for us, or even more so for us right now with the current balance, right? Like what happened to us is kind of like a little bit unfortunate because I did a lot of kind of like crazy work during the Christmas holidays and just like that entire bow build and like all of the skills and so on, right? I love Christmas because it always gives me that thing where it's like, hey, I get some days where nobody's bothering me and, you know, like kids are in bed and I just get to fucking work, right? And a lot of that bow stuff was just set up by me. And you know, obviously, like I just threw it out there, right? Then our QA folks tested it and it all came in very hot, right? And I didn't do some of the basics that we should have done and we didn't get it in anymore. But so for example, it is fucking stupid. And you saw it in your playtest with Riker, right? That you could shoot an arrow from all the way in the back, all the way to some enemy, right? And there's no damage mitigation as the arrow flies, right? Or the arrow doesn't actually fall down to the ground if you're playing with a quick shot build and so on. So obviously that's stuff that we're going to fix, right? To some degree, range will always be good, right? Simply because, well, we need to make, like the other thing that we are working on with the enemies is that they need to have kind of like some range mitigation, right? They need to have some ways to kind of like deal with range, right? Because if you look at the real experience, right? Like if you're standing 10 meters in front of me and you're trying to shoot an arrow at me, right? Our enemies are a little bit stupid, right? I wouldn't just walk up in a straight line to you, right? I would run zigzag to you and just hit you in the face, right? Or pull up my shield or something, right? Like there has to be, like our enemies just have to have more answers to, oh, that, you know, that player here is trying to shoot me with a ranged attack, right? So there's a lot of things that we just still have to do there, right? But to some degree, ranged will always be good. The thing that we are doing right now with the class system, right, is that, well, melee is also really fucking good, right? Like there's a lot of stuff that you can do in melee that will also make it, like there's a lot of kind of like runes that we're setting up right now, right? Where you have huge gap closers or, you know, TPs. Like I just set up with the Guardian that you have something very similar to the Warp Strike that you have in FF, I think it was 15, where, you know, your guy kind of like throws the sword, right? And then if it lands on the target, he actually grabs the sword right at the target, right? And like swings it, right? And then, you know, you hit the enemy. So there's going to be that stuff, right? Because, and I think a lot of that kind of like will make up for it on the melee side, right? And then, well, the interesting thing is we have enabled the arena again, and we'll start doing tournaments again internally. And that actually opens up a lot of interesting things, right? Because we'll have these tournaments internally now where a lot of players or a lot of our devs will try to do bow builds against melee builds, right? And so we'll obviously then I'll make sure that some of the melee stuff, you know, like will be very good against the range stuff and so on. But it's all just fun, right? Like I really want to, you know, like just enjoy that thing with the various classes and kind of like do the rock paper scissors thing and just go nuts with it.
I just want to point out, you said that range or the caster build is easy mode in Dark Souls. Like,
Here we go.
I have not played the other Dark Souls game. I've only ever touched Dark Souls 1, and chat told me caster builds work. So I went caster build. I had no idea what the hell I was doing. I finally found a dude that sells me spells. I bought some spells. It feels pretty good. And I'm at the point right now where I open a white gate, and in front of me is a dude called the Capra Demon, and 2 doggies are fucking me over. And I can't beat that as a caster. So please don't say casters is the most overpowered shit, because I can't even touch this guy without dying. Okay, I know.
But the Capra Demon is historically, right? Like it's a very fun kind of like fuck you for the player, right? Because here's a really difficult enemy in a really confined space with 2 dogs, right? And you're like, Jesus Christ, right? Like, so a lot of the, like, once you have a caster and you get like soul arrow and then crystal homing crystal mass and so on, or whatever it was called, it is very overpowered, right? Like it's just like you will fucking 2-3 shot bosses and so on with that stuff, right?
So I just haven't gotten there yet. That's what you're saying.
You just haven't gotten there yet. And like, hey, you also don't have to kill the Capra Demon, right? It's an optional boss. You could go to the sewers first and do all of that stuff, right? You don't have, like, that's the other thing that people a lot of times don't know, right? Like, they just see these bosses and just get stuck on it. I saw the same thing with Darth, right? Like, Darth, you tried.
Oh, he's disconnected.
I saw you playing the Riven Twins, right? And you just tried it fucking 50, 60 times or so, right? And wouldn't let go until you actually killed them, right? Even though it was just, you could go anywhere else, you could level up, right? And actually get that stuff, right?
You're at the boss, you fight the boss.
Point.
Yeah, no,
it's about pride at that point. Also,
and
when you die
building in so many
times,
mechanics,
it's personal.
Meanwhile, we are always like on the dev side, right? Like you're building on these mechanics that where we think, oh, we're so smart, right? Like there's the durability system, right? Like if you try a boss 10 times or so, your durability will be broken. So that should kind of like nod you into the direction of maybe you want to go somewhere else and do something else for a while. Because if you die 10 times in a row, maybe, just maybe you're not good enough for that thing yet, right? But then the player's answer is, fuck it, I'm going to go to town, I'm going to repair my stuff, and I'm going to try it another 10 times, right? And then it keeps going. So,
I mean, it's like I said, I mean, once you die 20 times, it's personal.
Yeah, no, you got to kill him. Like, you're mad. You got to run it back.
But the funny thing is, like, I don't know if you guys played Dark Souls 3 yet, right?
Yeah, loved it. Yeah, that was great.
I haven't yet, no.
What was your Nameless King experience?
Okay, so you're gonna hate this. So I didn't have the DLCs when I played it, and everyone told me that a Nameless King is the one boss. There's two bosses I guess I didn't run into, and Nameless King was one of them. And every single person in the chat was freaking out and mad that I beat the game without fighting the Nameless King. So apparently I have to go back and do that. So I'll have to respond to that one after I do that.
Nameless King was that for me. Like, I'm a pretty good gamer, right? And I usually breeze through the Dark Souls game because if you play through Dark Souls and you kind of know how it works, right, then most of the other games are fairly easy for you, right? Like, so then you kind of like have your Dark Souls knowledge, you know how these games are played, and then you can breeze through them, right? And Nameless King is the one motherfucker where it's just, oh my god! As a player, I had the same experience, right? Where I'm like, I must have tried it like 50, 60, 70 times, right? And then at some point I killed him, right? And was like, fucking finally, right? But it's interesting, right? Like as a developer, like we are always trying to do these clever things where we, you know, like try to encourage people to do. There's all these other things that you can do, right? But then, yeah, I completely get where you guys are coming from, right? Because when you're then there, right, and that guy killed you, it's like,
am I still streaming?
Fuck him.
Yeah, because you don't want to go. You want to beat him. If there's like a challenge, you have the bar. You don't want to go like over leveled and come back and two-shot him. That's not as satisfying. You got the dopamine is in the win of the moment because you can always see like if I just dodged that, you know, if you can dodge it and knock it head, you know you can win. So you know it's a skill issue and you don't want to give in. That's what makes Dark Souls.
That's
great.
actually the interesting thing though that happened with Elden Ring, right? I think in a lot of ways the reason why Elden Ring was so successful is because it did the open world thing, and for some fucking reason, right, open world sells, right? Like it's people love the idea of like there's a huge open world. You look at the No Man's Sky thing, right? Like there's 15 quintillion planets, right, and so on, right? Until you actually finally realize, well, procedural level generation is pretty shit.
I heard
right?
that,
Like it's
Fusion.
just it's not gonna ever create good level designs, right? But the allure is there, right? Of like, oh my god, this game has its own universe, right? Like there's something that is so alluring in that to people, right? But then Elden Ring came out and did the whole open world thing. And the funny thing is how that affected the game, right? Because then you exactly had that experience where every shit player
You're
could
falling
just
asleep.
do a whole bunch of other stuff, right? Like, oh, I have to kill whatever, Margit or something, right? And that thing fucking kills me, right? In Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, even Bloodborne, right? There weren't that many other things that you could do, right? If you got stuck on something, well, I don't want to go back and kind of like constantly farm, right? But in Elden Ring, you did have that experience of like, okay, I don't have to go open the castle yet, right? There's 10 other places that I can go to, so you do, right? But then you have that also kind of crappy experience where I come back and that boss that kind of like whipped me the first time around I'm now overpowered and I'm killing him in like 3, 4, 5 hits or something, right? So that's interesting. It's gonna be interesting to see where Miyazaki is gonna take it with the new stuff.
Yeah, it's
another chat question we have was dungeons, like instance dungeons. What's your take on that for No Rest?
Again, like there's a lot of interesting stuff that we're gonna do with the Crucible, right? The Crucible is basically it's this thing that was inspired by Diablo 1, because I was a huge fan of Diablo 1 when I was a kid, basically, and I always loved the idea of like, well, one of our endgame modes could be the entirety of Diablo 1, right? That it's like, here's the town, and then there's this thing that you go down into kind of like 10, 15 levels, right? And then at the end, there's a boss, right? That's literally what Diablo 1 was. It was just, here's Tristram, here's the Sanctuary, there's 15 floors, you kill a boss, that's it. That's basically the entirety of Diablo 1, right? And so I loved that, right? And then with the Crucible, we basically just did that and kind of like gave ourselves the freedom to say, but I don't want to have just that experience, right? I don't want to have just these 15 floors. I might want to have these 15 floors, but then give me another way to play that, right? And another way to play that, and another way to play that, right? And a lot of the stuff that doesn't make sense in the campaign, right, makes a hell of a lot of sense in the Crucible, right? Where we can just go wild and do crazy stuff. So that's where you will see us doing some of that. I'm personally not a fan of procedural generation. I think, like, you're playing Dark Souls 1 right now, right? Dark Souls 1 of all the Souls games still has the best world design and the best level design. They never somehow got it to that level again, right? The Dark Souls 2 level design, world design was kind of fucking crazy.
It's so interesting because right now Last Epoch is really trying to get procedural generation down for their dungeons.
Like, you're still not on that level because it was all a little bit too samey. And then the problem that I always see is that there was this unspoken rule always, right? That ARPGs need to have procedural level design, level generation, right? So that players can play it again and again, right? But I always kind of like felt like that's such bullshit, because when I played Diablo 2, I don't give a fuck about Loot Ghislaine and like how many times like they changed it, right? It's the same fucking experience. It doesn't matter if it's like, I always kind of like had this stance of like, I would rather have a Loot Ghislaine that was designed masterfully, right? Where it's like tons of interactions and I could play it 15 times and I would still find new things, than having it badly procedurally generated every time I play it. And I think that's what we're seeing. Like, I just had this conversation with the Aaron Action RPG guy, right? Like,
who's that?
You know, you play these games and it's like, because of the procedural generation, they are so stifled, right? And I just can't do that anymore. Like,
guys,
I'm playing Diablo 4 and I'm like, there's fucking invisible walls everywhere. It's just basically these little corridors and tunnels, right?
Who?
And
what the heck? What?
Like, they were so excited about like, oh my God, you can jump, right? And the jump is a fucking cinematic that is set up by the developers, right? It's just, I can't do that anymore. It's just, that is such, like, literally, if you look at the tech side of it, right? Like in these ARPGs, you literally, because of the procedural generation, you're dealing with a flat plane. And that does not create good level design. And I come from having designed almost 100% of the levels of Ori in the Blind Forest, and then a good probably 70% or so of the levels of No Rest for the of Ori and the Will of the Wisps, which were Metroidvanias, right? And in a Metroidvania, the whole thing is that a lot of the quality of your game is defined by how good your level design is. And so I can't do it, right? Like, and I might be wrong, because who knows what will happen with AI and so on in the future, right? But I'm very much a person who enjoys seeing an artist putting a level together, right? And a designer really
new legal name
laboring
Aaron,
over
that action
every inch of
RPG
that
guy.
world.
I'll take it.
And my bet was always that over time we are building an open world, but we're building one that is handcrafted, right? Where it's like, it's gonna be a ginormous world, but it's one where every single one of these fucking levels has been handcrafted, right? And, you know, like, and it's built with so much depth that, you know, you're still gonna find new stuff even years after you played it and so on. So that was always my thinking. But Crucible is where we will try crazy stuff, where, you know, we'll we'll see what we can do there.
So, word to the level design for a moment. When you're talking about handcrafting the world, and you're leading back to Dark Souls 1, right? When you're doing it all on kind of the same plane, like you have the main town, is it getting exponentially harder, the level design portion of it, as you go on and you add more and more and more content? You got to kind of pack it in the same area. Like you had this.
No,
shortcut
we're
with the
leaving on a
breach update,
boat.
right? So it's
We're
like
going on a
as
boat.
you're adding more and more content in the same area, is it getting harder, or is it really kind of the same all the way through? They continue to add more and more layers to that cake.
No, it becomes more fun. Like it's this whole thing where it's like, well, I studied sculpture initially, right? Like I always wanted to be a kind of like CG artist in the industry, right? And then my way to get there was to study traditional sculpture and to actually become good at the craft, to then apply all that knowledge with 3D and so on, right? And that's ultimately how I got a job at Blizzard and that kind of thing, right? Because, like that's what I was doing. And even to this day, I apply that knowledge from sculpture to pretty much everything, right? And the way I level design is the way I sculpt it, and the way I approach stories is the way I sculpt it, and so on, right? So usually it's about like throwing something in, right, and then forming it and adding a little bit more over there and changing that, right? And like then seeing, okay, how does this aspect here affect that other thing, right? And what's the balance of it? What's the gestalt of the piece? And world and level design is very much that, right? And it's one of these really underrated things, especially in the Western industry, right? Like I think the Japanese and so on still do it extremely well, right? If you look at Nintendo and the way they do world and level design, it's fucking crazy. Like it's from another planet. And obviously from software, right? They have a lot of respect for that, right? But in many ways, like the Western developers have all become kind of like just, hey, it's an open world. It has to be designed in an open world. And if you know how open worlds get designed, right, that it's just terrain sculpting and like just you start with a huge fucking swath of just, like here's basically a little hills and valleys that I design out or like that I sculpt in a super rough kind of thing, right? And then somebody needs to fill that in, right? It's a bunch of bullshit. Like it's just, I hate that way of approaching level design. Like, to me, it has to be approached like sculpture, right? Where it's like you start with the very simple basics, you figure out the gestalt and so on, and then like you do it bit by bit. Sorry, did that answer? I kind of like rambled off there a little bit.
No.
Did that answer your question? What was the question again?
No, it did. I was just asking, like, if it becomes increasingly more difficult as you pack more into the same area and you have to make it all interweave and connect.
No, it becomes more fun, right? Like it's this, yeah, it's just as you see the thing come together, it becomes easier to kind of like understand, oh, and I'll add a little bit more over there, right? Sure. And I add a little bit more over there. And then I'll make that connection, right? And oh my God, people will think we're so clever, right? Because that connection is there and so on. It just becomes more fun. It's like, it's so exciting, right? Like every day you wake up and like I look at Isola Sacra and I see the world becoming bigger and, more intertwined and so on, right? And I think it's just really fucking fun. I would love to, once we are done with 1.0 and with the expansions that we'll have for 1.0, right? I would love to do a fucking 3D print of the entirety of Isola Sacra, right? And have that in my house somewhere where it's just, here's the entire thing. And, like I could actually touch it, right? Like that would be so sweet.
Okay, so we should probably get through. I think we have a couple more.
I'm going to do that with Last Epoch's campaign because we're going to get that.
Someone was asking earlier in the chat
the 12
about
acts.
couch co-op with the multiplayer being like pretty good. And
you guys know what I mean.
Any plans for implementation of things like same console, same PC couch co-op?
Yeah, so that was interesting. So here's my stance on this, right? So we saw couch co-op for the first time in an ARPG, I think, with Diablo 3. Where they did it, and they did it really nicely, right? Where it's just, hey, turned Diablo into a fucking party game, right? I remember playing, like, I always had this group of people where I played with my two brothers and my best friend, right? And suddenly we were 4 players, and that was perfect always for, all the 32-bit, 64-bit stuff and so on. and I kept playing with them for quite a long time, right? And we always played games like Halo and all of that stuff in split screen and blah blah blah. And then Diablo 3 came out, and suddenly, like, for the first fucking time, right, we played Diablo like a party game in the same way we used to play Halo or GoldenEye or Bomberman or Worms or something, right? With everybody just enjoying it. And then the thing that happened, like the shitty limitation that you had in Diablo 3 was, with 4 players, if somebody opens the inventory and wants to change out the gear, everybody else can go get a coffee, right? Because the fucking screen is taken over, right? And that sucks to some degree, right? But then the thing that was done there to make that better was with Diablo 4, and Grinding Gear did basically the same thing with Path of Exile, right? Is that, hey, we have couch co-op, but now it's only 2 players, right? But I think there's a really magical thing missing if you kick out that third or fourth player. And the reason why they did it is because they split the inventory in half, right? They basically had, okay, we don't have that limitation anymore. We take over the screen and some people have to wait. We're just splitting the thing in half, but the huge limitation that you have now is it's just 2 players, right? And that really sucks. That's really bad. So when we release together, like there's always this whole thing of like, here's the top things that people want, right? On the number 1 spot is still consoles, right? When is that coming? So we are working on that. Then it used to be co-op, right? Now that has changed to couch co-op, right? I'm getting spammed by this every week, right? Like, hey, do you guys support couch co-op? Will that come? Blah, 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 right? And so that changed it from something where we said, no, we're not going to support that because it's really hard to do in many ways, to we are investigating, we're looking into it. But I don't want to make that mistake that I think Blizzard made with Diablo 4 and that I think Grinding Gear Games made with Path of Exile 2, because I think there's magic in having a group of people, right? In having the, chips and cola, 4 people in front of a TV.
Sure, yeah.
Like that fun you don't have with 2 players, right? That there's just something magical in your entire posse sitting there and like just having time of their lives just blasting each other, right? And I had some interesting conversations with Nintendo already, and there's some interesting stuff that I want to try there to solve that issue.
It's funny that you mentioned that with the first couch co-op, because I remember my first couch co-op was my very first ARPG experience. I played Diablo 1 on the PlayStation with my little sister.
Oh, yeah, I did that too.
That was a good time.
Oh,
But
do you
it's like
remember
said,
how the whole save game was like taking off the entire fucking memory card, right? Every single block of the memory card.
Yep.
That was
And I remember having
great.
extra memory card blocks to make sure I had everything covered. I also remember the glitch you could do by loading a character, dropping all the gold, and then reloading that other character to get more gold.
Yeah. But that was also
times.
already a really fun experience, right? Like that was also like I enjoyed that. There was also all the RTS games. Like I remember even like playing fucking Command and Conquer Red Alert on a PlayStation with like 2 screens with link mode and so on. But there is magic in couch co-op, right? But I think it has to be done right. And I think you don't do it right if you only have 2-player support.
Yeah, more like Super Mario Party games. Like I play that with my fiance. She's not even a gamer, but we can sit down and play that on the Switch and whatnot. And having friends over, like you said, Coke and chips on the table, just go ham. It's fun.
Yeah, it's just some of the best experience that I ever had as a gamer were like things like playing what was it called? The PC Engine tennis game, Final Smash Tennis or something, right? Or Bomberman or Worms or Mario Kart or, like any of these things, like Halo in fucking split screen was the bomb, right? Yeah. So that would be really interesting to see, right? If we can turn No Rest for the Wicked into that kind of thing. But that requires a lot of problem solving, which we're good at, but it has to be done in a way where it solves those design issues.
I'm glad you're considering it, because couch co-op is, I feel like, very slowly losing relevance to people. And I know it's a smaller percentage of people, and the companies just don't really make games as much like couch co-op anymore. And it's kind of kind of sad to see that most of the games is like, oh, this looks like a fun game, and I'll look, oh, is this 2-player like couch co-op? Can I play with my girlfriend or something? And it's like, nope, it is not, and it's just so plus
at the
one.
Same time, right? At the same time, right? There's this crazy Joseph Ferris guy. I probably mispronounced his name, right? But that guy who did Split Fiction and so on.
Oh,
right?
that was my game of the year. I loved Split Fiction. Yeah.
Exactly, right? And there's just something inherently fun playing a game together with people, right? And he's doing these kind of like couch co-op games where it's literally like, well, fuck you if you want to play it alone, right? Like you have to play it together. But in doing so, he can create a lot of experiences that you literally can't have if you play alone, right? And so, yeah, I think couch co-op is a very interesting subject, and we are definitely looking into it.
Good to hear. There's only 2 last questions that we had on the list that have been pulled from chat from earlier. One of them is asking about crafting on quivers, and the next one is asking about, you mentioned a Casso potentially you could buy in 1.0. Someone said,
wait, what was the first one? Crafting quivers?
Crafting on quivers is what somebody asks about. Like,
yeah, so obviously, like, quivers came in because I was crazy during the holidays, right? And I just surprised our folks with like, hey, I made some quivers, right? And I just came up with this implementation, and we ended up putting 4 in there simply as a, I think people would enjoy that, right? Sure. But it clearly, like, we only had 4, right? So there will be more coming, and we didn't support enchantments.
I don't even use the quiver anymore.
They're not quite what we want, obviously. So like, you will see more stuff on that. There will also be, by the way, enchantments on tools and so on, right? Because I think that experience of like cutting down trees and farming ore and so on could also be a little bit deeper. So that's something that we're working on. What was the other thing?
Castle.
I was asking about castle. Somebody said you mentioned the castle in the recent interview. I think it was.
Oh, the castle, yeah. Yeah, so that's the Ultima Online thing, right? Like, I always wanted to have a castle. And so we built Sacrament with this huge fucking fortress at the top of it, right? And I always had in mind, that's going to be for the 1%, right? That's going to be for the crazy people who spend a ton of time playing Wicked, right? Because that's what Ultima Online was, right? If you owned a fucking castle in Ultima Online, you were the fucking king on that server, right? Like, it was just... Because Ultima Online had, like, limited real estate, right? And it's no mistake that in Sacrament, there's limited real estate, right? And, like, that is a real thing, right? Like, if your buddy... Like, if you're playing and your buddy grabs the coolest house right next to the marketplace or something, that fucking stings, right? But then the idea was always that I want to have this guild house kind of like experience, right? Similar to Ultima Online, right? Where you could actually stash all your stuff. And like, if you are really kind of like that dedicated, right? That you could have that fucking prestige object at the top of Sacrament. And that is coming. That's even coming with 1.0 already. That you can purchase that, but expect it to not be cheap, right? This is one of the, you will have to do a lot of end game stuff. You will have to really get into the game and so on. It's going to be
we're guessing 100 gold,
right? And you will have to farm a lot of resources and so on to get that. But then if you have it, it solves a lot of your kind of like storage, housing, etc. issues,
MPK.
And it's just fucking cool, right? Some people actually have found some of it, sadly. It's not because it's not set dressed yet, right? It's not looking like, and it's not structured exactly like yet how it will be, but it'll be massively cool.
Okay. And Gazi, you got any last questions or anything you want to ask here? We're kind of getting towards the end of it.
I'm just curious. I don't want to take up too much time on our podcast about minion stuff, but it was teased.
He is the minion guy.
I'm just curious if you have any timeline or anything for the possibility of a minion class, because that to me that got me erect.
Here's what I did. So that was again during this holiday session, right? Like, it'll be interesting to see what I do next holiday session. But this holiday session kind of like also was, hey, I want to try a necro build and see what would that actually feel like in our game, because that's never been done in a Souls game, for example, right? You're never able to cast minions in that way. They had like summons, obviously, right, and that kind of thing. But I want to see what that would feel like. And I was kind of like surprised by, like, I just did it. I implemented it. It was like, shit, that could totally work, right? And so I did the thing where it's like, hey, you can just summon generic enemies, right? And then also I did the revive thing that you have in Diablo 2, right? Where it's like, no, you can actually revive the thing that you just killed, right? Because that always creates these really cool moments of like, oh my God, I just killed this giant. You know what? I'm going to revive that giant, right? And now he's going to run with me and like he's smashing things. And then the other thing I did was Possess, for example, right? Where I don't know if you guys played PlayStation 1 games a lot, but I always loved that experience in the Ape games, right? Ape's Odyssey and Ape's Exodus, where you could actually take over that enemy, right? So I have a rune where it's like, hey, if you kill the enemy with that rune, like you drain that enemy, and then if you kill them with that rune, you actually take them over. And so then now you're controlling, like your character basically becomes passive. The camera pans over to that enemy, and now you're actually playing that enemy.
Very cool.
And it uses your stats basically, right? Like it uses your health bar and so on. And then I just jumped on the Discord and kind of like wanted to know from our folks, kind of like, hey, what is the really cool stuff that's been done with Necromancer so far? And I got a whole bunch of feedback on here's where Necros are in terms of ARPGs, right? Because all of these things that are out there, like I can't know everything, right? And here's where that is, right? So I'm looking at just, okay, what can we do there? But this is not for 1.0, right? Like this is me still playing around with it and doing some crazy stuff. But for 1.0, we already have our class list defined. So we're kind of like going through that right now. And then I just like really just want to take a look at what has been done with Necromancer so far and how can we improve upon that experience? What are the things that we can do that make it even better? Let me ask you, right? Like if you're such a fan of minions and so on, what would you like to see? Because the general thing that I'm hearing is that nobody likes fucking temporary minions, right? And I'm very much in that camp, right? I do not like the current Necro experience in like a Diablo 3 and 4 and so on, right? I want to build that fucking massive army. But yeah, what would you like to see?
I mean, it kind of depends. That like people talk about summoner versus summoner. You have things like Final Fantasy Summoner is, or Lost Ark, for example, is summoner where you basically cast a spell that deals damage, but thematically or visually, it's a summon that does the damage for you. I absolutely personally hate those things. Like when I talk about summoner or necromancer in a traditional ARPG sense, I'm expecting to control an army of minions that is doing the fighting for me. And my job as a summoner is more about the utility stuff, keeping them alive, buffing them, debuffing the enemies, staying alive, and doing those things.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
That's the kind of traditional gameplay of a necromancer / summoner that I would want to see in games. That's the kind of gameplay approach that I like the most to play in most games.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I mean, that's how I built the early prototypes already, right? Because that gives me that feeling of like, there's something really satisfying about that cookie clicker thing, right? Of like, I made these guys and I watched them go and now they kill shit for me, right? And it's almost like that XCOM thing, right? Of like, and I have to keep them alive, right? Like, oh my God, I have these 3 really powerful skeletons already. And I'm just buffing them and I'm healing them and so on, right? That's what I would like to see as well. I don't like that thing where it's like like the things have basically become spells. I think that really takes away from that feeling of like
you're just a caster DPSer with extra steps.
Yes. yes. I completely agree. So
yeah.
That's the direction that we would be heading into. But I want to take it to that next level. I want to always figure out what is the next level that we can do there. To some degree, some of that I'm already seeing because, well, we're not point and click, right? And some, like, we can do some really cool stuff with just that. But we'll see. I think the Possess stuff is really interesting. I want to, like, look into more things because I think there's more that could be done there.
All right, well, with that, I think we are at the end here. So, Thomas, if you have any last topics you want to cover or a question you want to ask us, for instance, you get the last word.
No, I think it would just be like I'm constantly on our Discord. I read a lot. I often jump in and just, like chat with people and so on, right? So if people want to give their feedback, if people have some ideas for Wicked and so on, right? We are always listening, right? Like we are very much building Wicked in a way that I think is a really good development approach where we picked early access and now we are building it with the community in a way where it's like, hey, they're telling us their feedback. We are then the ones that obviously have to shape things in that direction, right? A lot of times we say, hey, we like this, we don't like that. But I think the community that we built there is already really cool. Like I loved seeing when Together happened, right? How many kind of like groups of people were just there and like played together, right? And then started trading with one another and helped new players out just playing the game and so on. So yeah, just if you're interested in Wicked, right, hop onto our Discord and spread your feedback and we'll listen.
All right. Well, thank you, Thomas, for taking the time to do the chat. No Rest for the Wicked Together update is available. You can get it on Steam, and congratulations one more time on a new peak concurrent launch with the update. That's pretty cool to see, actually. So till next time, this is Tavern Talk over.
Thank you, folks.
Recording completed. All right, we're all done.
Woo! 2 hours and 8 minutes. Wow, I thought we were in for an hour. We made it through the whole thing. What'd you guys think? Was it good Tavern Talk? You liked it, VC? Darkhaven is cool. Yes, it is. We played it for over 4 hours earlier. Brow, get out of here. Get out of here. Yeah, I mean, I actually did think it was an interesting Tavern Talk. No new info that we got at all about No Rest for the Wicked, but interesting perspectives from Thomas on just the genre, where it's headed. Yeah, I mean, I thought overall the discussions they had were pretty good. Town Portal podcast was better, more of a conversation between you and Thomas. I just think it's different, right? If Darth Microtransaction was having a conversation with Jonathan Rogers about the details of PoE 2 and the future, or if Gazzy was having a one-on-one conversation with Mark about PoE 1 minions, right? It's just different. I just put in over 300 hours into Wicked. I feel like I have a really good knowledge of the game, and I came in like super prepared, like over 300 hours of playing, prepared some of the most in-depth questions I could think of, looked at all the teasers and videos and social posts I could to tie it all together onto the future. Like, I had a strategy to try and get as much info as possible. And that's why there was, I mean, yeah, I tried to hit every point. Thomas spilled too much on your podcast. He had to hold back for Tavern Talk. Yeah, I mean, there wasn't a singular question that I asked Thomas that I was disappointed in the answer in. I guess that's not true. I was disappointed to get the confirmation that Necro was confirmed not 1.0. They're saving that pretty much for an expansion, which actually, what's expansion 1? Well, the most popular class in the genre is Necro. Let's save that for a big one. It's pretty smart. I get it. I get it. But yeah, I think Tavern Talk with Gazzy and DM, them just doing a playthrough, Gazzy for the first time, and DM playing with Riker and talking about the genre overall, where it's headed and where it's going, and getting insights from Thomas on his perspective on what he's trying to do with Wicked. Yeah, I thought the conversation was fine. Necro is saved for when Crafton is there. Is that what it is? Yeah. Yeah. So all in all, it was fine. It's not like I was hoping. So my fingers were crossed that since it's a bigger podcast, there's 1,400 people watching, that maybe Thomas would have been like, hey, I got a sneak peek of something for your audience. That's why I was watching. I was hoping there'd be, let me show you what the new castle looks like. Let me show you what the farms look like. Let me show you what the next area you're headed to looks like. Let me show you an example of the comfort system. That's what I was hoping for. Thanks, Bear. Now imagine if they were interviewing JR and we could have caught up on some sleep. No. Where do I find No Rest for the Wicked on your official Discord? It's just down there in the games category. I'll put it in a new spot. We just recently added it, so maybe we'll move it up. Maybe we'll move it up. Brow, you want to move Wicked? Actually, I can move it. It's right under Gaming General Chat. There you go. I just moved it. So the next Town Portal podcast, by the way, I'm trying to get the schedule right now for it, will be with Dark West. So I don't know if you guys saw my video on the Dark West, the new ARPG that's currently in development, like a Western isometric ARPG. Their senior developers reached out to me and started a group chat and said, we want to come on your podcast. So working with Frosty right now to see if he's got some time available to bring on the Dark West devs. So that should be cool. Hell yeah. Yep. Dark West is next. They literally messaged me while we were watching that saying, we want to get this thing scheduled. They're like very excited. So that should be cool. That should be cool. And then Diesel, I'm still undecided. The Crystal Fall devs want to do a podcast, but I haven't pulled the trigger yet. Crystal Fall's the new isometric action RPG that is launching early access in March. The reason why I haven't pulled the trigger on the podcast is the initial, from what I understand, Crystal Fall game was based upon NFTs. It's a crypto game. It's nuclear. Don't touch it. That's why I haven't pulled the trigger. Core Punk devs. You want me to bring on Artificial Core? Oh, God. So what? And again, I don't want to sit here and badmouth a game I haven't played. I've never played Crystal Fall. I know a lot of people that are excited about it. I guess with the fall of NFTs, the game devs have moved the game away from the crypto strategy into a full-fledged ARPG. So I think they're trying to like, hey, you know, maybe remarket a little bit, but I haven't played it. So I don't know. It's still going to, but they're going to have separate servers. Interesting. They deserve a talk as much as anyone else, man. I feel like they were way off on the whole MMORPG thing. Thomas was right. When you are moving into a crowded genre, you have to do something different and not just try to do the status quo. We are back on controller. Wait, what? Hey, Medic, I finally opened it. I haven't turned it on. Dragonkin the Banished sent me their new $200 Pro Nacon controller. Dude, that controller is actually legit. I haven't used it yet. But the Dragonkin dev said, thank you. Here's our premium $200 and something carbon fiber. It's got all the metal switches and stuff. $200. That's insane. It probably comes with the streamer client. It doesn't come with the streamer client. I was like, are you sending? They're nope. You don't have to do any sponsorship. You don't have to do anything. Just a token of our appreciation. So, you know. $200. The Xbox Revolution X Unlimited. This is what they sent me. I told them I didn't want it. I was like, guys, I don't even want it. I don't even want it, you know? But they're like, no, you take it, you know? It's just the best controller on the market, sir. What? Show off. Sorry, no controller's worth $200. Boost your cheats. Nice. What? What is this? It would be a $200 controller, but they have to pay for the graphic. Guys, it does not come preloaded with the streamer client. Everybody knows that. Do you think it does? Turbo auto cheat button. Is that what's on it? Oh. Nacon, the studio behind Dragonkin the Banished, the new isometric action RPG that we will be playing in a few days, their multiplayer update. They sent me like a little kit with all this stuff. It is interesting when I hear Thomas talk about ARPGs. Like, if Wicked was just a hack and slash, how would we compete with Diablo? How could we compete with grinding gear games? And then I think about Darkhaven. I think about Last Epoch. I think about Titan Quest 2. I think about Dragonkin the Banished. You know, I think about these games currently in development, and it's like, how do you, that's a good question. How do you compete? You need to bring something to the table. You need to have the guys like Bylina on. But it's mildly interesting that on this channel, how often, even today, I'm playing Darkhaven. It's like, oh, why would you play this when you could play PoE? This is like a perfect real world example of kind of what he's talking about. More powers and questing mechanics in Core Punk. That's what you need. You need more Core Punk. By the way, you guys have bugged me so much. I am considering just playing Core Punk tomorrow for one damn day so that I could say I played Core Punk for one damn day so you guys will leave me alone. You've literally bullied me into... Hell yeah. What? Oh, jeez. Let's get it over with. Have they updated the game? Yeah, they put out 6 updates. They put out 6 updates over the last month, and they gave me an ultimate copy of the game, and they said, Aaron, we want you to try it again. And it's still, I don't know. So they even told me, wait for us to put in all these updates. So they've done 6 updates, and they gave me an ultimate edition. Notification set to on. Oh my gosh. Do it. I'm off on Wednesdays. Did I hear a subathon? No, not a subathon. What are you talking about? Spoiled again? What? No, that's not a spoiled thing. And of course, I'll wear my Core Punk hoodie that they sent me. Not that they sent me the hoodie to try and get me to play. This is an old hoodie from like 5 years ago. Core Punk-a-thon. What? Oh, good Lord. What? Yeah, we're going to find all the pipes for this quest this time. I made what? Core Punk-a-thon is what we're talking about. No. Wait, are we playing Core Punk? Humble, without exaggeration, for the last 3 months, every single day I get asked over and over. It's now getting spammed in Discord. When are you going to play Core Punk? You promised us you would try it again. So Artificial Core sent me an ultimate edition of the game, and they said, we'd love for you to try it again, but we want you to wait till all the updates go in. Honey, I need more coffee and a straight jacket. So all the new updates for from Artificial Core on Core Punk are in. And Yeah, I'm thinking of just tomorrow. I do not spam. I annoy until action is taken. Yeah, exactly. Wrecked by Protoss, how are you doing, man? Wrecked, I apologize. I'm ending stream in a few minutes. I promise to pass it along. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Guys, we will draw a giveaway today. As long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in !giveaway. Oof, I feared that. It's okay. Guys, if you don't know Wrecked by Protoss, this is my #1 go-to for all things Grim Dawn. Friend, awesome creator, knows his stuff. Hey, Wrecked, while I got you here just for a minute, quick thoughts on Darkhaven. 3, 2, 1, 1 sec. Spring or summer 2026 for Fangs? I'm hoping it's after March. I've heard some reports of May, June. Just curious if you had a window. Devs are making great progress. It's good. You don't need to be around to be the winner. I always say you don't have to be present to win, but you have to claim your prize in Discord. If I had to guess right now, I'd say May, June. Oh, that's perfect. May or June is perfect. Granted, PoE 2 Endgame Update 05 is now looking May. It'd still be fine. But I don't know a date yet. Okay. Talked about Wicked. Did you guys know there was a door in the manor house? Yes. That's where your bedroom is, where you put your bed. Come on, Minnie. All right, everybody. Switching gears. My opinion on Darkhaven. This is the second time I've played through the demo. This is the newer demo that was released yesterday. One, this is not a live service game. So anybody that goes into the demo thinking Diablo, PoE, Last Epoch, Torchlight, this is a tech demo to launch a Kickstarter, okay? So you gotta first go in with that idea. There's some people that are like, oh, like it doesn't look very polished. Yeah, it's literally a tech demo for their Kickstarter launch. It's not like if you're comparing it to PoE 2, yeah, it's not very polished, all right? When you actually play the game and you see the combat feel, you see the destructible environment, you see the ability to build and glide and walk on water, when you see the tattoo system and the way they've done the Herodric Cube in there, the new UI, it's actually a very good core. The core of the game is very good. This is from the creators of Diablo 1 and 2, Blizzard North, working on a new game. Where Darkhaven is going to be different than every other action RPG is this game will truly be the Mario Maker of ARPGs. You're going to be able to make your own classes, make your own quests, make your own levels, make your own bosses, put in your own settings for the servers. Like, you're literally going to be able to create your own levels in an online arena where people can then play your creation, or you can invite friends and you could do PvP. It is going to be very, very cool. It'll have its own base game, but it also is going to have a built-in editor. So it's going to basically be a game designed for modding, but not modding in the sense of needing third-party tools or hacking or anything like that. Literally a Mario Maker setting inside of the game. It is going to be very, very cool. So, you know, for the people that are like, oh, I just want to log into a live service game, probably not for you. For the creators out there that like making stuff or like playing modded content, it's going to be very fun. It already has rune words in the game. It's already got good gearing and itemization. Yes, the character models are there's a lot of people in chat that enjoy the character models currently as they look. My character just got new armor, so you guys, sorry, she's... Yeah. But yeah, I like it. Can't blame them. Yeah. I like it. This is the system that a lot of people are like, that's pretty cool. So as you know, if you have games like Last Epoch, you have idols. If you look at Diablo 2, you have charms. Well, in this game, you have tattoos. And like legitimately, these are the different spots for the back of your body and the front of your body. And when you place the runes in the slot of the body, you get the benefits and it physically shows on the character. Tattoos are super cool. It's very cool. And then the way they've done the Herodric Cube, if anybody knows Diablo 2, normally you keep the cube in your inventory. Here they call it the puzzle box. The puzzle box is built into the UI, and all the recipes and special stuff will all be done in your puzzle box. So you got pretty good itemization with multiple rarities. We already found a unique item. Skill tree is going to leave a lot to be desired, so we'll see what they do here. Tattoos are already pretty cool. Controls feel pretty good with what you could do as far as point and click and WASD and moving around. Our character also has double jump. So you could double jump dash. But my character has a special modifier on the boots. So I could double jump glide. The game is also very vertical. So if you look at my boots, you'll see it has feather falling. That's what we need in No Rest for the Wicked. Feather falling. You could get it where you could walk on water, walk on lava. Also, if you don't know about Darkhaven, it's also a fully destructible environment. So for example, if I take all my ravens and say attack here, they actually blow up the ground, and they just made this little spot here. Definitely a new twist on the genre. Yeah, I think what's refreshing about this game is one, it's vertical, so it's cool. Like, what ARPG can you jump on, the walls? Like, no games are like this, other than Wicked, really. Yeah, if you go into this and you're like, oh, the visuals look dated, I don't know, it looks boring, animations suck. Yeah, you're going to hate it, right? If you're like into AAA gaming, that kind of stuff. You could also rotate the camera. You're probably not going to like it. But if you see the core of the game, what they're trying to design, no, I think it's going to be really good. Yeah, I think it's going to be good. We need Featherfall and Wicked. That's what I said. I always wanted to jump like that from the rookery to the market. So I asked that question. Is there any way we're ever going to have enhancements or anything we could do about fall damage? And Thomas was pretty blunt with me that he said pretty much no. The reason why that is the second you put that in the game, you can now skip the campaign. There's so many areas that hinder you because, you can't skip this part because there's, you would die from falling. So speedrunners and being able to do certain things. Yeah. People now climb things. So anyways, that's going to do it for today. Let's draw today's giveaway. But Wrecked, yeah, I am pretty happy about it. All right. As long as you are following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, costs you nothing. Type in !giveaway. Get into today's giveaway. Yay. Hey. Hooray. You have till I find someone to raid. Leo, thanks for the sub. Thank you so much. Thanks for the prime, sir. I appreciate it. I don't know if I just am following less people. I swear there's like not that many people on. Read all these. These are all the same people. Who's playing Last Epoch? I bet there's a ton of people. Two people. Two people. Dreadful quit, Ellie. What are you talking about? All right. Wicked. Who's streaming No Rest for the Wicked? He just took a break. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. All right. Okay, let's do it. D3 is king. D3 is king. It's giveaway time. Oh, my camera's in the wrong spot. D4 has powers. Everybody likes powers. Supposed to be up here. There we go. All right. Final warning, as long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in !a giveaway. Starting the countdown right meow. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Did I skip some numbers? I might have skipped some numbers. 1. It's not rigged. Which bot will win today? 7, 3, 4, 9, 1. And entries for this giveaway are officially closed. And the winner, pick your Steam key. Get by joining Discord is, please be a real person. Neo or Neon. Neon. It's a bot. It's not a bot. Yay! See, a real person is here. Guys, look. See, a response. Oh dear, what? I'm leaving. Thank you, thank you. See, this is how humans respond. Look. See? Sounds like an AI response. Paid actor? No. A very responsive bot. Can you please say something that a bot wouldn't say so they know you're a real person? And I didn't say that as a prompt. That was a real question. Guys. A real question prompt. It wasn't a prompt. Stay a while and listen. Thank you, thank you. See? A bot would never say that. Guys. The bot is scared. That's a real person. Nice. See? Ha. What do you think of that? Sounds like a bot to me. What are you talking about? No bot would say anything like that. All right. As long as I can get it to work. Because you got to download their launcher and do all this crap. Tomorrow, I don't recommend coming by stream. Stay away. Tomorrow, we're starting a new character for 1 day in Core Punk. Okay? 1 day. You get one. Watching the meltdown is going to be so much fun. I'm not going to melt down. That was a long time ago. I'm much more reserved now. I'm not going to melt down. Finally. Yeah, what do you mean? I'm going to be fine. Someone tell Kaiser, clip it. 1 day. Yeah, right. You're going to break my stream streak? Anger. What am I supposed to do? The community won't stop harassing me. Just log in and then just get out once you get the stream streak. So you've been doing Minecraft in this game. What? We need a clock countdown to the meltdown. I'm not going to melt down. I'm not going to melt down. Wait, what did Guilty just link? I can openly admit that I am a grumpy old man. Running in circles. Look how far away that boar is. Look, let's see if it hits me. Look how far away it is. See that? Did you see that? Tell me you saw that. Look how long it chases me for. It's hit me 3 times. Almost, I'm off. It's almost off screen. You see what I'm saying? Kite it. Such a joke. Okay, that's okay. We're just gonna keep
time ago.
Running in circles.
That was a long time
ago. Look how far
ago.
away that boar is. Look, let's see if it hits me. Look how far away it is. Stupid stream short. How the hell did you find that so fast? That's not funny.
You know something, Princess? You are ugly when you're angry.
Last epoch. Have a good one, brother. Rotten to the core punk. All right. I will see. I've got it bookmarked. Oh, great. I'm done for the day. See, I didn't stream yesterday, but we made up for it for almost a 7-hour stream today. See, there you go. Does that counts? And I'm going to play a different game tomorrow. I will post the statistics from tomorrow's stream on Discord for everyone to see too. I am very curious how it's going to go. Neo, hit me up on Discord. I'll get you your prize. Congratulations on the win. All right. I'm done for the day. I'll see you all tomorrow. Aaron, I'm moving to Boise in 3 weeks. Where's the best place to get a good steak? Ooh, come by stream tomorrow. All right, Sphere. All right, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.